I would like also to introduce DIPD, Danish Institute for Parties and Democracy. Is there a representative for DIPD? The representative will be coming in online. Mzalendo. Mzalendo. CMD.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maureen.
And I do understand that we have so many organizations that are represented here. So I'll take it table to table. A quick introduction of yourself. Starting with this table over here.
Good morning. Victor Nyongesa, representing Youth Agenda. Thank you.
Good morning. Betty Adera Foundation, and a panelist today representing the UDA party.
Good morning. Mumbeko Kengori is my name, the head of research and collaborations at the Kenya Disability Parliamentarians Association. Asanteni sana.
Good morning. My name is Achino Ogola. I'm an advocate of the High Court and from KANU Youth Congress.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Taslin Otieno, representing KANU Youth Congress.
Good morning. I'm Kaikai Naipame, representing Young Captain, the ODM party.
Good morning. I said good morning. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Adundo Yogo. I'm the head of the ODM Women League Secretariat. Pleasure to be here this morning.
Good morning. Juma is telling me to sit down, and you know I have to demonstrate that I'm wearing high heels and I'm still short. So I have to stand. Sometimes I stand on top of the table so that I'm hard. My name is Dr. Juliet Kememia, representing KANU Party, KANU Women Congress.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Watila from Federation of Women's Lawyers. So firstly, I represent the women lawyers who are members, but you're also welcome to join. Secondly, as a woman, I am part of the special interest groups. And thirdly, I'm also a voter. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Gladys Nzisa. I represent the Youth Agenda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pauline Maureen Nagila, representing Ford Kenya Party. Karibuni sana.
Good morning, everybody. Sintoya Kasaine, representing UDA Party.
Morning, everyone. Musa Haji, United Democratic Movement, UDM.
Thank you very much. So, Steve, I think this how now we will now introduce, because James Alendo is here, then the other panelists are here. So.
Let's continue with the introductions. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Mzalendo. Introduce yourself. Mzalendo is one of the members of the Sidpak consortium.
Thanks, Stephen. This is Caroline Gaita, representing Mzalendo Trust. Happy to be here and to see the report finally come to life. Thank you and welcome, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Senator Crystal Asige. I represent persons with disabilities in the 4th Senate in Parliament. Apart from persons with disabilities, I'm also a youth and represent women as well. Asante.
Now, you'll help us introduce, but you can do it first.
Good morning. I'm Dominic Kiplimo Keter, National Executive Council member of Kwaipa, and also the National Chair of Persons with Disability.
Hamjambo, hatujambo. Goazima. We're in Kenya, so we must remember Kenya has Swahili and English. So we will mix Swahili and English. If you are seated close to a non-Swahili speaker, be a translator. Mimi jina langu naitwa Edward Lisamula na nawakilisha Amani National Congress Party.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Perpetua Mponjiwa. I'm a member of the Nairobi City County Assembly and also the chairperson for Children, Early Childhood Education and Vocational Training. I'm a strong member of my beloved party, ODM, and I belong to the ODM Women League. Thank you very much.
For the sake, because she has said it, I am the chairman of Nairobi City County Bursary and Scholarship Committee.
What was bursary?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miriam Opondo. I'm the director of Special Interest Group at the UDA party.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you are all well. My name is George Kisaka. I'm representing Ford Kenya. Thank you.
Karibu sana Kisaka.
I understand there are some people who are getting in. We are going on with the introductions, a quick one. Is there anybody who has not introduced himself or herself?
Have you introduced yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moses Gitonga. I'm a sign language interpreter.
Thank you very much. Have you introduced yourself?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Minnie Mbesa, sign language interpreter. Thank you.
Would like to introduce our online participants. They should go on. Our online participants, we have DIPD represented. We have the Oslo Center represented at the Oslo office. And we have NIMD represented. We should go ahead and introduce ourselves. Thank you. We have from NIMD, we have Thies Berman. From the Oslo Center, we have Finiale Rode. Let's applause for our introduction. That's a test. That is a test. That is a test for inclusivity. Let's have inclusivity. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Phoebe Mungai to give her remarks. Phoebe is the country director for the Oslo Center in Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. So I want to follow the protocol. We keep saying we observe the protocol, but I remember Professor Okoth Okombo would tell us you cannot observe protocol because it's not something that you can see. It is a process. So, and we all, as Kenyans, when we say we observe protocol, we understand what we mean, but then it's also not correct English, but in Kenya it is accepted. So leo tumelearn kitu mpya, si ndio? Okay. So as I mentioned, my name is Phoebe Mongai. I stand here on behalf of the Sidpak Consortium. And as Steve mentioned, Sidpak Consortium is a consortium that brings together 5 organizations. And amongst those 5 organizations, we are supported by the EU to be able to come up with actions and interventions that are geared towards assisting and working with the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, working with political parties, working with women, youth, persons with disability, working with civil society, and also working with Parliament. So the different organizations that are represented in Sidpak have got different interventions on various issues around the 4 target groups that I have mentioned. So as a consortium, we started off with the aim of contributing to SDG Goal 16, which is to promote just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. And for Kenya, we have made a lot of strides around inclusivity. I think when I start to think where we started with inclusivity, it has been a journey. Amongst the young people, particularly, and especially young male politicians, there were very many. And we didn't have very many young women into the political arena. And we also had very interesting youth leagues that were very male-dominated and not very constructive in the way they used to approach things. And I think we have made great strides in changing that. I think there's a lot of the partners who are around here have put in a lot of work towards working with young people, working with persons with disability, working with women, so that we can be seen as groups of society that contribute positively to the political processes within our country. And for that, I am very grateful. Sometimes when I sit down and think about the people who we used to work with as youths back then, very few of them still exist, or a lot of them now are in very high places. And a majority of them are men, unfortunately or fortunately. And so we have truly put in a lot of effort towards ensuring that women, youth, and persons with disability are represented in the political work that we do. I want to acknowledge the effort that has been put in by the political parties and also the National Assembly and the Senate, because a lot of the gains that we have had are gains that have received a lot of support from the political parties. When you look at the last election, which is very fresh in our minds, a lot of us think that that election had a lot of, it was a very gender, women-oriented, focused kind of election. And it made us realize that since 2013, we have progressively increased the number of women who are elected into office. So has the youth increased, but as we increase the women and the youth into offices of representation, we also need to support them to be able to voice what they are doing and show the public that they equally are important and equally can be able to make changes within the society. And I think all of us, and especially the ones who have had introducing themselves belonging to political parties, it is important for you to identify women who you choose to work with, whether at Senate level, whether at the National Assembly level, whether at National Assembly, and be a champion of their work. And that way we are able to profile the women and youth and persons with disability who are in the various leadership positions. And then we change the dynamics and we change the narrative. I think a lot of times, I remember in 2013, we kept on, in 2022, we kept on saying that we need to get rid of the women, the 47 women. And a lot of the public ask, what do they do? But they do a lot. But I think a lot of it is also not publicized. A lot of it is not spoken about. So my encouragement for all of us here is that as we read this report and implement some of the recommendations within the report, let us also identify women and youth and persons with disability who we will work with and help them and help to champion what they are doing at the grassroots level and at the representation level. So I thank all of you for coming, and I'm looking forward to a very interactive session today. Those of us who have come to Oslo Center meetings, we normally don't have podiums. We actually like sitting all in a round table or a U table where we all have dialogue. And dialogue is critical for us. So we may have this podium today now, but we are going to get rid of it because we are about to have a conversation. And I would encourage all of us to participate. Let us have a conversation. Let us see what we can do together and how we can work in partnership. Thank you very much. Our Finn is getting slightly late because he had an early meeting, but he will join us at the point where we'll be launching the publication, and he will give us his remarks. So I'll ask Steve to take over from here. Thank you very much. Na karibuni sana.
Asante sana, Phoebe. Thank you so much. Yeah, we acknowledge that we have opportunities and we also have challenges. It is a journey that we have taken for inclusivity, for all members of our society. A complete society is a society that includes everyone and takes advantage of what everyone has to offer. At this moment, I would like to welcome our online participant, this Berman, who is the Executive Director of NIMD. Remember, NIMD are our lead in the Sidpak consortium. The floor is yours, this Berman.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
We can hear you perfectly.
Thank you. That's a good sign. Excellencies, Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, the European Union Ambassador to Kenya, the Register of Political Parties, honorable senators, members of National Assembly, members of county assemblies, leaders of political parties, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. After all these introductions, it is crystal clear that you are a wonderful group of committed people, and I'm very, very sorry not to be with you. My NIMD colleague, Femke Lee, is just lucky today. It is an honor to speak to you at the launch of Walk the Talk, this important report as part of our program, Strengthening Inclusive and Democratic Political Actors in Kenya. And since the start of this 2-year program in July 2022, our consortium, the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy, the Danish Institute for Parties and Democracy, the Oslo Center, we have implemented activities on inclusive governance in excellent cooperation with our Kenyan partners, the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Kenya, CMDK, and Mazalendo Trust. This report today will be the pole star of our program. It will give the guidance for our support to essential actors in Kenya's democracy, the Office of the Register of Political Parties, the political parties themselves. We will facilitate the dialogue at the PPLC, the Political Parties Liaison Committee, to civil society organizations, and to elected, nominated leaders representing these groups that are in Kenya and around the world underrepresented in politics, in democratic institutions, women, youth, persons with disabilities. In my own country, in the Netherlands, that is 15 times smaller than Kenya, it is difficult for people from the north and the south to make themselves heard in the capital. Our leaders live in the biggest cities. The countryside has less voice, and this creates tension and mistrust towards politics. And yes, we have less women in parliament than men. And yes, we have hardly any people with disabilities in our parliament. And we need to improve this to have a proper and fair and inclusive dialogue in the Netherlands. And I'm afraid in Kenya, there is also work to do. And please allow me to insist on dialogue. We live in an increasingly polarized world. Moderation is hard to find, in particular on social media. And as a former politician, I know how hard electoral campaigns can be. And yet, even if we may fight each other on television and in debates, there is only one world. There is only one Kenya. And every citizen has a place in it, has the same wish to see their children grow up in peace, go to school, find a job. And it is by working together that Kenya will thrive. And that is why we at NIMD and in this consortium, we work so much on dialogue to escape from a culture of confrontation or exclusion and to open the dialogue and find mutual respect. Women have their place in this dialogue, not only because they are more than half of humanity, and not only because in a true democracy, every individual has the same rights. It is also simply a question of results. On peace talks, for instance, all research shows that with women at the negotiation table, peace talks find a better outcome. They last longer. The needs of the population are better taken into account with women in politics. The needs of underrepresented groups in general will be better respected when their voice is heard in parliament. And therefore, our consortium also supports youth of all parties. Every democracy needs new and young politicians. And in many countries, of course, elderly, seasoned politicians find it hard to make way for the next generation. Gradually, the older leaders, with our support, they start to see the value after some years of working with newly trained young politicians, trained by us. And not only these young people, they learn key skills in our schools and in the DIPD boot camps. They also get to know each other. They learn to understand that their differences are less deep than they thought. It makes it easier to bring progress for the country once they are elected in parliament. Dialogue brings peace. Now, this report highlights a few important recommendations on inclusive democracy that confirm the pertinence of our Sidpak program. Walk the talk, says the report. But what does this mean in practice? It means, as a recommendation, the need for more dialogue to find a consensus on political and electoral reforms. NIMD and the Oslo Center, we will work on this through our support to the Register of Political Parties, the ORPP, and to the Political Parties Liaison Office, the PPLC. The need to support the political parties, the strength of their organization, the need to train the next generation of leaders through NIMD's democracy schools and the IPD's boot camps, the need to support civil society organizations. CMD Kenya, Mazalendo Trust will take this upon them. We are proud and humble to serve Kenya and to serve democracy in Kenya. And we are so grateful for the excellent cooperation with the delegation of the European Union, who provides the financial support to our program. On behalf of all colleagues in the Netherlands, I wish you all a very fruitful day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berman. I didn't know that Kenya is 15 times bigger than Netherlands.
Yes. 580 to 40,000 square kilometers.
Interesting. Very interesting.
And still it has a north and a south, you see?
There's so much to learn. Thank you so much, We are continuing with the program. You see, it's very interesting that the legal framework that we have in the country provides us with an opportunity, but still, we are still having challenges as political actors. There are some of the things that we've been able to do. There are some of the things that we are striving to do. From the report, and I know that you've read it from back to back. Thank you very much. 45% of the county assemblies in the country do not have the representation of the people with disabilities. So which leads us to a discussion on the challenges that we are meeting as a country to include the persons with disabilities in the political framework, in the political space, in our institutions. And we'll have a panel discussion moderated by Mark Bikachi. I would like to invite Mark to lead us with these panel discussions and to invite the panelists. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mark.
Thank you so much. How is everyone doing? Is it too cold for a smile? Can I get a smile, please? You guys look so serious, eh? It's a pleasure to be here. Let me invite, without much further ado, Joseph Atella, who's the CEO, Consortium of Disabled Person Organization in Kenya. Is Mr. Atella here? He's not. All right. So Jackie Njenga from UDA. If you could just make your way to the front. Jackie Njenga. Then Honorable Adanur Ibrahim, Kanu member of the County Assembly, Wajir. He's just arrived right on time. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Then we've got George Kisaka, who's the Ford Kenya Disability League chairperson. Bwana Kisaka, if you're here. Then, of course, Honorable Senator Crystal Asige of ODM. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as my panelists settle, we are aware that not only the country Kenya, the East African community, and internationally, have we agreed as a world that we will make sure that there's representation, political representation that is, of people living with disabilities in all versions of our political space. So 2022 was an interesting election. And it was interesting because we had over 600 people living with disabilities who ran for office. What is interesting is only 6 made it to office, only 6. That's a conversion of 1%. Those of you who like football, if Arsenal played like that, Arsenal people would be crying, but they're still crying. I hear things are not going very well. Poleni. So 6 out of 600. Now, pondering this question, you've got to ask yourself, and I'm going to give each person first 30 seconds to just give their general thoughts about what they think, and then a minute and a half to say, why do you think this is not a successful venture for many people living with disabilities who get into politics? Before we go into what the solution is, what's going on? What's your feel of what's going on? I will start at my farthest left. That is with Honorable Adanur Ibrahim.
Thank you very much for these opportunities. It is indeed an honor and privilege. Yes, First of all, I want to make us people with disabilities, yes, we have challenges. We are not disabled. We are just able differently. And the other thing is we don't need sympathy. We need recognitions. That's why now the biggest challenges in why there is no, despite having supportive legal frameworks, it is because the laws are on papers. And implementation is the biggest challenge. And that is due to also, despite these laws having been attained this far, but the other challenges is the people living with the, people able differently have been going through a lot of stigmas for a very long time. And recovering from that needs a lot of efforts, a consortium efforts from the governments and all other partners. But that has not been yet achieved. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. We are not disabled. We are differently abled. I think that is important. And we don't want sympathy. We want recognition. I think those are powerful statements. Yes, Ms. Njenga from UDA is next.
Yes, I represent both UDA and persons with disabilities. So I want to make something clear first. As Dr. Kimemia says, she has high heels. Unfortunately, 18 brothers do not allow me to do that. So I would like to categorically state, I am completely female. I just look male. Now that that has been established, my name is Jackie Njenga. I love the panel because we have 2 females, 2 gentlemen. Then we also have 1 able-bodied, who's me, and 3 able differently. So as you can see, inclusion is actually happening at Oslo. When you look at persons with disabilities politically, I agree with Mheshimiwa, but I also coin it this way. Persons with disabilities do not need pity, they need opportunity. Now, when we move from there, our main problem in the political realm is the fact that there is lack of awareness, lack of knowledge by persons with disabilities. You talk about poverty, that means none of this education gets to them fast. So even the 600 who are up there, very few knew how to actually manage an election. Very few knew the legislative laws that they have, what they should do. Very few were prepared to actually get out there and fight with able-bodied vying candidates. So we also have to look at that aspect. Yes, the legislation is there, but are they aware? So we also have the weakness of the fact that we haven't fully pushed in everything that needs to be known to these persons with disabilities who have got the capacity to do it, but lack the general knowledge of how to do it. So we also need to take a look at how to get down to the grassroots with this information so that when they come out, they know what they're doing. Remember, our persons with disabilities are fighting in an arena that is run by able-bodied. That is the sphere. So they need to change their game plan to be able to fight their own fight. Asante.
Well put, well put. Knowledge gap, awareness gap. Yes, please give her recognition for what she's done. There you go. Thank you. And then the angle of poverty. You know, there was a report a year and a half back that people with more money are more likely to make it to elected office in this country. And we also know that poverty disproportionately, yes, disproportionately, thank you very much, Kizungu ilikuja na meli, are affected by poverty. So that's a very important point. Ms. Asige, you are next. Please give us your views on this topic.
Thank you very much. 6 out of 600 you said.
600 campaigned and ran for office, only 6 made it.
Yes. I wanted to agree with what my colleagues have said, and we all know the landscape for PWDs. I mean, we've talked about it for years and years and years. We all understand the challenges, we all understand the barriers, the pitfalls. But I personally, when I think of that statistic, I would also not think of it as so dire, because how many in the non-disabled category vied, and then how many got in? There must have been thousands more. It's like saying that there's this statistic that people say all the time when they talk about GDP of African countries. Tanzania is the fastest growing country. But that's just because it was left behind, so far behind, that now it's, because of its growth, it looks like it's the fastest growing, but really it's not when you look at it with against all other statistics. So 6 out of 600 is definitely not great, but how many in the non-disabled vied and how many of them got in, you see? There must have been hundreds of thousands more, and only, right now in Senate, there's 67 of us, 65 minus the 2 of us with disabilities, and then in National Assembly, there's 349 minus the 11 with disabilities. So you see the difference is, I don't know if you understand my point.
Yes, we do.
Thank you. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think that mindset, we always talk about it in the non-disabled world, mindset has to change, stereotypes have to change, stigma has to change, discrimination. But also I think that as persons with disabilities, those who are in this room with a disability, I think also our mindset has to change. I believe that also it's on us, because the non-disabled cannot give us what we do not tell them we want. And not many of us are out here, are visible, are doing the things that we're doing here today, you see, as persons with disabilities. Most of them, or us in the disabled community, because of systematic oppression for years and decades, we feel defeated. We don't have confidence. We feel like we're not valuable or less than. And so we stay at home and we wait for somebody else to do it. We wait for Jackie to do it. We wait for Crystal to do it. And that's wrong, because all of us have a part to play in moving this needle forward, you know, changing the landscape and closing the gap. So those are some of my thoughts, and they might be a bit controversial because people think, oh, she's a senator for PWD, she should be really, you know, telling us, you know, this is what's wrong with the world, and PWDs are okay where they are, and we need help, or rather we need more support and opportunities and stuff. But also I think that something that I'd like us to go away here with as persons with disabilities is, hey, go back into community and say, listen, tumelia enough. Okay, now we need to start like moving forward. We need to strategize. We need to think of plans. We need to change our mindset and remind ourselves and encourage each other that, hey, we are here. We don't have to wait anymore. We don't have to ask for support from anyone else. We do what we can with what we have. I believe that all you have is all you need. That's a mantra that I work with in my life, and that's what's gotten me to this place, sitting on this stage. And so if all of us had a mindset like that in the disabled community, I feel like those efforts, along with what's happening in the non-disabled world, those efforts, when they come together, there'll be change.
Wow, I like that, you know. Jitokeze, you know, jionyeshe.
Jitume.
Simama, imara, mbele ya watu, you know. You remember that Kiwi advertisement? Thank you so much. At this point, Joseph Atela has just joined us. So if you could just join the panel as Bwana Kisaka takes on the conversation. So Bwana Kisaka, over to you. Bwana Atela, if you'd make your way here as well. You can go ahead, Bwana Kisaka.
From my own point of view, on the area of political parties, as I was saying, on the area of political parties, you find most of the time we have some laws, we have some policies, but these policies are not implemented. For example, you find that persons with disability, they are not even given the positions that they are needed to have. Especially with the political parties, in most of the time, you find in different counties, they have not even nominated any person with disability. Very few counties in our country have nominated persons with disability. So the biggest issue is the issue of implementation. Another issue is the resources. You find most of the persons with disability, they are from poverty areas. A majority of them, they do not have the funds. And political parties, most of them, they always need someone who is well up and someone who is giving something to the party. And we have the organization which is called the National Council for Persons with Disability. This organization is the one which is supposed to support us, persons with disability. But we find even themselves, they are not supporting us in major ways. They are the people who are supposed even to fight for our rights and to fight for our opportunities. So I feel that we have very good policies as a country, but implementing these policies, it's the biggest challenge that we have as a country. And most of the political parties also do not follow these policies. And you find persons with disability are not given the opportunity to speak out. And they think when we go to ask for opportunities, they think that we are looking for sympathy. As my colleague has just said, that we do not need that sympathy. All what we need is an opportunity. And once we are given the opportunities, we know we can present those opportunities very well. Sometimes we find we have been shortlisted for some of the opportunities, but our names are shortchanged later. And you find a lot of information is being hidden. For example, for us deaf people, we always get the information when it's too late, which is a huge challenge for us. And in some areas, for persons with disability, in the political parties, you find most of the time we are being shortchanged, and I think we need to have a law which is going to protect us as persons with disability.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think he has explained it very well. The institutional capacity of our country to implement what we agree. I think we can all agree that that happens a lot. Allow me to ask a question to first Mr. Atela, and then the same question is to everyone. Now, in the Southern African model of representation, they don't vote directly for their members of parliament or indeed local leaders. They have party lists. Kenya recently came up with negotiated democracy, where certain people are nominated directly to certain positions. Now, the idea here, of course, is, our nominations are known to have men in suits, not blue ones like this. I'll not mention the color. And we've had many issues with nominations. It was a way of solving that, but also it was a way of solving the representation issues, getting more women represented, more youth and things like that. So the question is, do you think in a more direct nomination way, could people living with disabilities get represented more? Is this possibly the magic bullet that could cure this malaise. Bwana Atela, I'll start with you, and Karibu.
Thank you so much, sir. To my colleagues present, I appreciate your time, and also to the participants. I'll take this opportunity to say sorry. I didn't come late. Rains got me at the parking. My assistant woke up late, so I left him, and I couldn't carry the umbrella I have in my car. So I had to wait until it goes down, then I join you guys. With regards to representation of persons with disabilities, my name is Joseph Adela. As the MC has said, I'm the CEO of CDPOK. This is an umbrella organization. Thank you. Yeah, I'm the CEO of CDPOK. This is an umbrella organization and a disability rights advocate. And when it comes to issues representation, I think, as my colleague Kisaka said, the laws are so good on paper, but again, the challenge is the implementation. And the best way, we normally inform or urge our constituents to ensure that they also participate in the electoral process, both as electorates and as candidates. And the challenge comes when we work with political parties. The process, at the beginning of the process, things go on so well. We access the political party leaders. We access everyone that is involved in the process. But again, when it comes to the time when our people who've worked for different political parties to be rewarded, that's where we do have a challenge. That's when you realize that there were some cards that were put under the table, and they are disclosed really very late when our people cannot really play with the cards as well. So the best way that could have worked is the American system of the Electoral College. And generally, we've been proposing this idea, but again, the challenge is that political party leaders have the people they have at heart. No matter how hard you work for the parties, if you don't have a godfather, or if you don't have a bigger wallet, it is really hard for persons with disabilities to get the positions they deserve. Today, as we speak, we know that currently we are not represented in around 25 counties. You know, is it? Yeah, around 20. It is 22. It is 22, sorry. It is 22 counties. And reason being, not that we were not participating in the electoral process. We worked closely with international and national organizations to ensure that inclusion of people with disabilities is given a chance in the 2022 general election. And we can prove that we even had meetings with senior political party leaders, and we were promised that these positions this time around we'll get them. But you see, in 2017, the same happened, but the number was not that big, you know. It was 17 counties that we were not represented in, and today it is 22. So maybe after the 2027 general election, maybe we'll be represented in 10 counties. But again, the best way that we could have avoided this is the Ugandan system. In Uganda, and I think Tanzania, during the general election, that is when you also elect people with disabilities who represent you. not that you wait for political parties to like see that they are doing a favor to you, you know. So the best way, I think, is to amend Elections Act and include PWDs being elected. Their representatives, they elect on their own, not that they wait for political parties to appoint for them. And by the way, the fact that our fate is pegged on these political party leaders, we don't have a choice. You find that someone has worked and someone has got knowledge in disability inclusion and has even mobilized and has even used the resources, but he or she doesn't get the opportunity because of the obvious reasons that we've cited here. So as I conclude, I would just urge the key stakeholders in the room and the partners to the electoral system. And I'm glad that we have our lawmaker here. We have my good friend, Senator Sige. I think the best thing we can do is to ensure that it is in the Constitution and in the Elections Act that people with disabilities elect their representatives. And that's the only way out. If we still wait for nominations, the number will be going down as time goes, and our 2010 constitutional gains will be eroded as time goes. Otherwise, thank you so much for the invitation and this time to share my views.
Thank you so much, Bonatella. I think his answer is a firm no. Let's give him recognition. And I think his answer being a firm no just raises the question. It is not that the negotiated democracy is the problem, it's the people they're negotiating with. And perhaps that's a mirror to our society. Not Joseph Atella, Honorable Adanur Ibrahim. Same question in terms of is negotiated democracy a solution? But at the same time, tell me, what would the other stakeholders, that's the political parties, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, the Council of People Living with Disability, civil society, who needs to jump on this? And I like what Bonatella said, that perhaps we need to get to the point where people living with disabilities should directly elect those who represent them. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Thank you very much. First of all, when I first sat here, the mic got got me off guard, and I did not even introduce myself.
I like how you get off guard. You're very good when you're off guard. You should.
My name is Adanur Ibrahim Abdi. I'm one of the 6 elected members out of those 600 who vied. I thank the good people of Batalu Ward, Wajir County, who defied the mediocrity and embraced change despite the stigma. And they have elected me overwhelmingly. And,
congratulations. Well done.
I even defeated my opponent 3 times his vote. So I have to congratulate, we have to congratulate the people of...
Well done, well done.
Yes. On this issue of, what do you call, negotiated democracy, in one way or another, it can help. We know there are challenges. The people living with disability have challenges. But despite the challenges, power is not given, it is taken. Yes, you must have financial muscle. You must be outgoing. But also, the laws we have, at least this affirmative action is not bad. But those people who have been given the opportunity are not using it well. To me, we could have said, if you have been given the opportunity, at least to be introduced to the political arena, it is the next time it is your time at least to go to active politics and vie for an elected post. On issue of party ORPP, I could have add my voice on this. They should increase that proportionate share of fund to the parties to 30%, from 15% to 30%. And that 30% of that 30% should go to Disability League in the party. And so that, and part of that fund should be used at least to fund the person with disability directly during campaign materials, logistics, and those issues. Because it is, Kenyan election is very expensive, and we need help. The other point I want to make here is, during party primaries, we know all parties have, most strong parties, they have strongholds. And when they're doing the party nominations, in being in the, what we call the negotiated democracy, they should give certain seats, number of seats, to a person with disabilities, to directly at least participate in the elections. And because they are not giving opportunities, they're only given nominated slots. And like out of those counties that has not been nominated, that has not nominated PWDs to the assembly, I think Wajir County is among them. But in Wajir County, I'm elected, I'm person with disability, they consider that. There's another person who is also a youth, marginalized, who is also disabled. So in that regard, also in party nominations to assemblies, like in county assemblies, most seats goes to, nominated seats goes to gender balance. So in that gender balance, if there are 10, at least 2 or 3 must go to person with disability, women living with person with disability. If there are 2 youth elected to the assembly, 1 must be person with disability, whichever gender they are. So in that way, we can increase the number of person with disability to the assembly. We have to introduce those laws, and also those laws that the election financing acts, the part of the finance that has been suspended. I think our National Assembly is a bit selfish, and if they are a member here, they are only concentrating on the laws that revolves around them. They make laws, and those laws mostly are not on prosperity. The laws should be for posterity, and they don't know. Any one of us, today we are able, tomorrow you can be disabled.
True.
So when you are making laws, the National Assembly at least should not look only at themselves, and to look the interest of the nation. So that is my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That we are quickly running out of time. Please, let's, what do you call this? Clapping? Cheers. All right. Clapping inside. All right, excellent. You learn every day. Now, Jackie and Honorable Asige, my question to you, and short comments, please, because we need to save a bit of time, is we've had some representation for some time. What would you say has been the contribution of these political leaders that have actually gotten into office and are people living with disabilities? Because there has been a perception that a leader nominated or elected into office living with disability should only go to parliament or wherever and only talk about PWD issues. But that's not the only capacity they have. And as a strategist, I'll tell you, sometimes to impact me, you have to move away from your world and impact the rest of the world, because it is a powerful position. So let me just put the shoe on the other foot and ask, what have the leaders done for the posterity Mheshimiwa has also just talked about?
I would first start by saying attitude, attitude, attitude. Mheshimiwa Sige has mentioned the fact that disability decides we are here, we're at a comfort zone. So that's what you're saying. They need to move out of the comfort zone to be able to move forward. Again, attitude. It means when you go forth, even if the stigma says you can only deal with your portion. That is why when they go there, you're a woman, you're disabled. When you go to the Women League, you're told, boss, mkona kwenyu, ama? You are disabled. It's like you're not a woman. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, attitude, attitude, attitude. That is what you're asking. What have they done? They went in with an attitude that I am so lucky to get here. So it is me, me, me. I posed myself a question and pose it to you. Why, for us who are disabled here, why do we have the amendment bill, Mahesh, why do we have the amendment bill, disability bill, still in parliament 5 years down the line? Right? You have talked about the selfishness, but still, what didn't we do? So the attitude that we should take is that the changes should be made. I concur with Atela, my senior here. But also, what are we doing as disability? Why not pick ourselves up? The caucuses that we have, why aren't they fighting to make this implementation get done? Right? So when you ask what they have done, I would say it is minimal. But again, as I've told you, the attitude is, thank God, I made it. So the first thing is, me, me, me. They haven't done much, but we can do better. So the issue is not asking the questions and lamenting as much as, let's take today's launch, walking the talk. Let's stop talking, let's start walking. That's what I believe.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sige.
Thank you. I'd like to backtrack to the issue that Bwana Joseph raised about maybe it's time for persons with disabilities to elect their own leaders. I really like moving from problems into solution ideation, right? So say that was a strategy that we decided to adopt, okay? I would then ask, just to make it a bit more to ring fence it, I would then ask, but how, Joseph, and everybody, would we protect that setup from infiltration? Okay, because still, even amongst persons with disabilities, bado wanaweza ondo. Yeah, it's still possible, just the way it happens in general politics. You can have a group of 100 people who are paid something, apisha huyu. So still, I would really love, it's a good first step, but then I would love for us to then push and say, but how would we protect that population or that group of people from what we see in general politics? Okay, so now back to your question now.
Yes.
I think personal politics is a real thing. Yeah. People, when they get somewhere, it's true, there is personal politics that takes place for whatever reason. And that may or may not be the reason why the Persons with Disabilities Bill is now, I am now sponsoring it, and it now has to start afresh from point zero because it lapsed in the previous parliament. I think that it made a lot of strides in the last parliament, but towards the end, I think there was a real good opportunity for it to be assented quickly because there were some bills that were pushed to the executive just before election, the last sort of like 6-8 months of last year, to be fast-tracked and assented into law. Unfortunately, that opportunity was not taken. Perhaps there was personal politics being played. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. However, what I think is that we need to remember that not everybody with a disability believes in disability advocacy. Okay, let's realize that. Even hata ukiniapisha doesn't mean that necessarily I am here for the interests of the greater, of the greatest number. I think we need to also, really have that head on in front of us, okay? Just because I have a disability doesn't mean that I'm going to fight for disability. So we need to now also be a bit more strategic in as to who we are electing, who we are supporting. When you look at somebody who you think has potential to go into politics, to be in Senate, National Assembly, county assemblies, what is their background? What's their track record? Are they somebody who has shown that not just because they have a disability, but they actually have a mindset for change, a mindset for posterity, a mindset for making Kenya inclusive, you know, hashtag inclusive Kenya. That's the kind of questions that we need to also be asking, not just because they have a disability, I enjoy. I enjoy. Because you're a woman with it, I enjoy. It should not be that way. As well, we need to also ask ourselves the hard questions, I believe, as to who we're backing, who we're training, who we are putting our belief in, our energies and efforts in as well. And I also think that within the people with disabilities who are in Parliament right now, I think that everyone is a bit siloed, in my opinion, what I've seen anyway so far. Because I come from the CSO world. I've worked with Amnesty, I've worked in disability, inclusion, advocacy, all that for many, many years. And there's much more camaraderie in CSO than there is in politics. Even if you get in there, there is still silos. And so we need to address that as members of Parliament, and then also have help us to figure out how can we continue to be one voice even within, because disability has no political side. Like we have said, all of us are eligible. It doesn't matter which party, which constituency, you're talking about disability is disability. Asante.
All right, thank you. Very well put. My last questions to Bwana Kisaka and Bwana Atela is this. You both spoke in your submissions that there were issues with how the law is implemented, failures of the system, and things like that. Give us, what do you think would help us walk the talk? How can this country actually walk the talk?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, so let me repeat the question. The Bwana Kisaka and Bwana Atela were very clear and articulate on the issues of what the law envisions and what practically happens within our political parties. Fine. Now, the question is, how do we get to walk the talk? What's the solution? We described the problem. How do we get parties to walk the talk, given the environment as it is, before we go into constitutional change?
We persons with disability, we need to be very serious and not to act like persons who are just who are not focused. We need to be very serious in whatever we do and to stop working in silos. We need to be accountable also in whatever we do. Once we are given opportunities in the parties, we need also to be very loyal to the parties. Because we have been given this opportunity to represent persons with disability. But you find some people, some persons with disability, whatever they are doing is just party hopping from one party to another. So once you are given an opportunity in the party to represent persons with disability, you must at least show your seriousness and your commitment to the party. And you should also speak out to your leaders in the party. Speak out your issues, speak out your voice, and represent persons with disability very well. Because most of the time, you find a person is given an opportunity, but they do not take it seriously. They, as my colleague has just said, they only think about themselves. So let's try to work together as a team, because we are all representing persons with disability. we have been given those opportunities. Again, let's avoid complaining every now and then and saying, I'm a person with disability. You must show your capabilities and not your inabilities. Because as we always say, disability is not inability. And you should not even be scared in whatever you do. You need to continue acting and being very active in that political party. Because if you do not show your capabilities, the party will just think you need the nominations. But the moment you show that you are capable, you have been given those positions in which you can vie just like any other person. Also, in the area of political, registrar of political parties, we have seen that the policies that we have very good policies. And as I had said earlier, those policies have not been implemented. So what I'm thinking, the registrar of political party, in collaboration with the IEBC, they need to work together so that they can ensure that persons with disability are nominated correctly, and all counties have persons with disability represented in those counties. And also on the area of resources, persons with disability need to be supported with resources because we have the Article 54 of the Constitution. It says that each political party is responsible to train persons with disability and also to train people in counties on the issue of political parties, and they are also responsible to train, to do like a training to those persons with disability so that they may understand the political processes that are needed. And when the elections are nearing, you find that is the time most of the political parties now start going to different counties to train people and also to do the nominations. But we need to start acting very early because the law is very clear that we need to have, even in the counties, some offices that represent different political parties. And persons with disabilities in those areas, they need to be represented in those areas because most of the time you find the representation is only here in Nairobi, but it's not in the grassroots. So we need to move to the grassroots level so that we may train persons with disability who are in the grassroots areas so that they can know the process of nomination and also the election process. But now, another challenge that we have is most of those persons with disability, the mobility is a challenge. So what we need to do is the political parties to try to make even with their campaigns to be very inclusive for each person with disability, because even most of the podiums are not accessible to persons with disability.
Thank you so much. We are pressed for time.
Okay, thank you.
I think he has encyclopedic knowledge. Please clap for him. Could write half this report with the recommendations. Thank you so much. Please finish up for us, Bwana Atela. Same question. Microphone. And I will give you a minute and a half. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Now, the question is, how can Kenya walk the talk? First, from where I sit, I am a neutral person, and I head a neutral organization. First, I would like to say that the executive should ensure that they do honor their pledges to and agreements they make with persons with disabilities. I will broadly talk about, like right now, there are two factions that currently have a say in our country, the Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio. During campaigns, they signed the charters and the MOUs. And now that there is a lot that got the positions, they must ensure that they fulfill the agreements. The documents, they brought PWDs together, take photos with, and invited the media. It's high time that they now start implementing whatever it is in the UDA Charter or the Kenya Kwanza Charter. And also, we will not let Azimio go like that. They also signed agreements with PWDs, and they also have to ensure that they implement whatever they did. They are funded. We know they have funds from the government, and the leagues should be supported. The disability leagues should be supported by those funds, and I think that will be of help. Also, our people should just ensure that we respect the law. The Constitution has clearly stipulated our representation, and I think it is just, Kenyans have these bad manners of, I think, bending the law, which is a bit unfair. Also, as I conclude, people with disabilities should really, really, really ensure that they support the persons nominated or elected to different positions. And if you sit close to our representatives like Senator Sige here, you will realize that they have good ideas, but they don't get support from colleagues in the National Assembly and the Senate. So it is us through our caucuses, through our organizations, both at grassroots and the umbrellas. And even we should also ensure that we support KDIPA. There is an organization called Kenya Disability Parliamentary Association, which is really working so hard to bring people with disabilities together and engage them with their leaders, and that's a good platform. So it is our role, both as leaders and persons with disabilities, to ensure that we support whoever is given the opportunity to represent us. As I conclude, my colleague Senator Sige asked, how will we control infiltration if we go the electoral way, the way where we want to elect our own representatives? I think, Mheshimiwa, if this thing works in Uganda, if it works in Tanzania, and we know Kenya is much ahead of these countries, not in bad faith, but again, I think it's just a matter of benchmarking with your position. You can benchmark, and we can take up the goods and the way that they go through this and the way that the reasons as to why they have made it. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Please give my discussants a clap, please. Thank you ever so much. As they exit the stage with our undying gratitude, I would like to recognize the presence of Professor Jacqueline Oduol, Honorable Maina Karobia, who's an Yala MP, Honorable Perpetua Mponjiwa, who's an MCA, Nairobi County Assembly, and Caroline Gaita of Mzalendo, and Honorable George Wainaina, who's the KANU Secretary General. Please, please let's give them a clap again as they exit. Thank you so much. Now, next on stage, without much further ado, because I know it is cold, people are looking forward towards their tea break. I will not be guilty of keeping Kenyans away from their tea. So please, Honorable Perpetua Mponjiwa, please make your way to the stage. Victor Nyongesa, who's the CEO Youth Agenda. Honorable Maina Karobia, MP Iyala. Atieno Ogola, KANU National Youth Congress Secretary. And Amira Abdi Wahab. All right, instead of Miss Amira, we have Musa Abdi, who's the UDM Youth League Chair. Musa Abdi. All right, thank you so much for making time. Now, we have a very high youth population, but very low youthful representation, that we know. But despite the high youth population, we know the turnout of the last election. Who can guess what the turnout was? Turnout last election? Okay, whoever knows the answer, I have 500 bob with your name on it. Now, youth representation, and I'll start with the CEO Youth Agenda, because he's supposed to be setting the agenda. Tell me, and I have two questions. The balance between the representation of youth and the experience of youth. How do you balance that? Because voter apathy has got to do with a bit of knowledge and a bit of awareness. Youth today know more TikTok challenges than they know politics. So how do we deal with this voter apathy? It's not just voter apathy for me, it's the societal ignorance of our youth. Yes, see your youth agenda.
Thank you so much. My name is Victor Nyongesa, and it's good. I try to run away from that too, which is again a different group among the youth, those who are between 18 to 34. So when you talk about apathy, and for us, we did some observation where we realized that even it's not the problem among young people, even in the just concluded elections, especially the electorate, it was not even the apathy. The first problem young people were struggling with is the issue of access to ID. It was the main issue that hindered young people from taking part in the just concluded election. If you look at the issue of apathy, it was the second. And then the third issue for them was the issue of lack of trust in the election. Because young people, I remember I was in one of the universities, and young people told me, Victor, you know, for many years, I've always been hearing from my parents, complain, we voted and the government is not doing anything and all that. So I do not see the reason why I should go out there and take part in this process. But the issue of lack of trust probably might be there as a reason of lack of access to information. Probably some of the electoral institutions did not probably share information prior for people to understand what's really going on. But apathy has been a major problem for many years, even you look at the 2013, 2017 elections. But one thing I observed in the just concluded election is we as stakeholders, especially those ones who work with young people, if you look at the 2013, 2017 elections, we used to focus heavily on education educating these young people for them to be able to engage meaningfully in the electoral process. But unfortunately, this round, most of the institutions focus on electoral reforms and forgot about the issue of civic education. And that's why, again, I'll say we saw a very low turnout even in voter registration and even just the aspect of young people taking part in the just concluded election. So one thing, working with civil society, I realized that, again, most of the resources, most of the civil youth serving organizations that in most cases we are the ones who do civic education, we do not have resources to do that. And the little resources that was available to support youth programs went to mainstream organizations that probably do not focus heavily on youth. And those institutions, most of them focus on electoral reforms and not civic education. And that's why even if they just concluded elections, very few young people out there came out in large number, came out into take part.
Interesting. Let me talk to a politician by the name Honorable Perpetua Mponjiwa. First, tell us, are you a youth? And two, so for that, I think I have shocked her a bit. And two, youthful participation, whether it is voting and more importantly in the electoral process, what are the hindrances of youth either placing themselves in the places where they need to be voted into, or just being interested in politics? What is your reading and your experience?
Yes, my name is Perpetua Mponjiwa. I'm a member of the Nairobi City County Assembly. Like I said, I'm slightly okay. The Constitution right now does not allow me to be a youth because I'm 38 years old. But I've been there before because I started.
It's called youth adjacent.
Yes,
youth
yes.
adjacent.
So I'm youthfully. Yeah, constitutionally not, but I'm youthful and I know youth issues and of course women issues at large. Because we started this thing way back in 2007. So as it speaks, you know, the process, youth issues actually, they start and their challenges begin from political parties. Why do I say this? Because, you know, in the Youth League, right now after the elections, as the Youth League and the Women League and the Disability League, the main thing they do in political parties is key right now, because right now they are in mobilization and recruitment, which is in all political parties you can see right now. It's the Youth League and the Women League and the Disability League are given this opportunity to go now and recruit the members. So when they do that, they recruit the members into their political parties. Of course, they recruit them because they are over 18. What they forget to tell them as time comes in, after you come into political parties, there are activities within the political parties that you need to participate in. There are programs here and there. And of course, now a time will come where you will also need to be a voter, and you register as a voter. It is a challenge that majority of the people that we used to campaign with, it is a shock that they were not IBC voters. You get this because when you need now a seconder to come and help you, you are like, oh, this person, you look at the register, he's not there. And majority of the people who do that are youth. So, and of course they will cheer you as a young person, but now when you really need them to come and vote, you'll find they don't have, you know, they're not eligible voters because they don't register. That is one of the challenges. And of course, as the process now continues to party primaries, now you go for the party primaries, of course, the youth will support you, but at the same time, they will really get disappointed when you don't succeed in party primaries. So after the party primaries, they continue, you know, they continue to get demoralized because now they are approaching from the party primaries in April, May, they are approaching August during general election. They don't see you. Of course, you are their favorite candidate. You are a youth or a woman. They wanted you for that reason. And now they have a different candidate into the ballot, so they see no reason. For the ones who have now registered voters, they see no reason that day to wake up on 9th of August to go and vote. They see no reason whatsoever. So I think the process from political parties into the party primaries and to the general election, they also need to be sensitized during that process. And for the candidates, maybe for the people who are vying and the youth who are vying for the political parties, they also need to be sensitized in their process. We are grateful as ODM that the training that we've got, I have my professor here, my mentor in politics, took us through a lot of training that you need to know as a youth and as a woman. If you are vying, you'll actually, from this step to party primaries, what are the next steps? From the party primaries, there is a complaint you raise in the party, which is called IDRM, Internal Dispute Resolution Mechanism. So from the IDRM, where else do you go as a youth? You need to know these things, that you go to the PPDT. Now from the PPDT, again, you go up. And it is very crucial that we educate the youth and the women at large about the processes when you are vying, and the processes also when you are just a member of a political party and as a youth. Thank you very much.
Very well said, very well said. Let me jump to Honorable Maina Karobia, who's the MP Yala, and to take it on also on an East African level, because I think the two panelists before you have talked about the issues, how youth feel about voting, lack of IDs and things like that. What is the more East African approach, and then what has been your experience as well?
Okay, that's a difficult question because I've not been in East Africa for quite a long time, but Bichachi, allow me to say that I'm still a believer of IDs should not be the central ways of identifying people. During the Kenya Kwanza manifesto making, and I can see Daniel Kipto here. We used to write the manifesto with him, particularly the youth charter. And I said that IDs should not be the central document of identifying people, because I find it archaic, I find it colonial, I find it as a limit of people thinking and people accessing opportunities. And my proposal is that we need to have a unique number that you can use to identify people, so that they can, by default of that name, of that number, of them reciting the number or just saying it, they can be able to access opportunities. Otherwise, I can't remember the last time I carried my ID. Maybe 2 years ago. In fact, I lost my ID, and I was not even thinking of replacing it. But be that as it may, I want to say that, as the CEO of Youth Agenda has said, that the IDs were a major issue in terms of registration. The rain started beating the youth, deciding their leaders from the point of registering as voters at the IBC. Then you look at how the IBC was recruiting new voters. Bichachi, as you have said, Sisi, our generation we are more of a TikTok generation. I can't imagine a person of my generation lining up from morning to evening to be a voter. They will be impatient with you. They will be impatient with that system of lining up in a line to be registered as voters. And I think it is time, as government and also as the respective electoral agency, they come up with innovative ways of registering voters. I think using IDs and lining up in polling station is not the way a 21st century human being should be deciding his leader or her leader. Be that as it may, I want to say that young people, we need to take charge of our lives, and we also need to be fully aware. We need to access these documents that give us power. The Constitution, other statutory documents like the policy work, our respective organizations like Muzalendo Trust and CMD and Oslo Center, have been developing in regards to empowering young people to decide. I remember before I became a member of parliament, I benefited from the Oslo Center in terms of programs, training me on how I should handle myself during the campaigns, how I should identify gaps within the electoral cycle so that I become somebody within the post-election. Because I remember my brother Steve used to ask us, we are going to swear in the president. You need to ask yourself, that the day that the president will be sworn in, wewe utaenda wapi hiyo jioni? And that question used to nitakuja kupigia mtu makofi jioni akiswear in as a member of parliament or as a senator or as a governor or as an MCA or even as a president, then baadaye jioni nitaenda wapi? That question used to preoccupy me during the training by Oslo Center up to the day that I became the member of parliament of Yala. And those people who know my story, that's why I fought to the tail end of deciding the Yala members of parliament. Because I knew that was the only chance. Otherwise, I'm going to continue tamaking and saying that, oh, the government is not giving young people opportunities. But if there are no opportunities, please, young people, let us create them. Yeah? We need to come up with innovative ways of creating those opportunities, both in the political sector, and the economic sector, and also the social sector. Thank you.
After the president is sworn in, some of us, chief akiingia ofisi, utaenda wapi? Atieno Ogola, same question. And I must tell you and recognize the presence of Miss Caroline Abong, who's representing the Embassy of the Netherlands. But also very importantly, and I hope they're paying close attention, I think the speakers who've spoken so far are talking about how the laws of Kenya do not favor the TikTok generation in how to register and to vote. So the Attorney General's office, I think there's new laws you need to be writing for the TikTok generation, mostly that don't involve queues. How many agree? Please clap with me if you agree. Everyone agrees. You know, Asante sana, Miss Abong, please.
Atieno.
Atieno Ogola, yes, sorry, go ahead.
So if we look at the issues surrounding the youth in terms of registration of voters, and as the speakers have rightly alluded, there are some gaps. And for me now, I'll be speaking mostly regarding the legislative reforms that should be put forth. Because we see, as a practitioner in electoral law, because last year I did some few cases on elections, I could see, especially the year before elections, there are too many amendments to the various electoral laws. So at this moment, we should be lobbying for those amendments, especially regarding the registration of voters. And one thing I think that should be put forth, that it should be mandatory to register as a voter, because if we look at Article 38, when it's talking about political rights, the of the youth actually starts at the political parties. And my sister here is saying the youth are participating, but when it comes to actually now taking part in the process of voting, they don't have the IDs, they don't have the voter registration card. So the electoral reforms should actually begin at this moment. And one of the issues that apathy, maybe now I could speak as a professional, we've seen that especially young professionals feel that politics actually is not beneficial in some way to them, okay? Because right now we've seen just last week the doctors wanted to strike. Can we say that the government is protecting the issues or the interests of the young professionals in the country? So the young professionals do not feel that politics is a tool for change, and maybe that's why they don't participate actively in the politics. So that is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tieno. Let's talk to Musa Abdi, who happens to be the UDM Youth League Chair. His job is to mobilize youth to this. Are the problems that have been so well put, are they real for you, and how are you overcoming them?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So I would like to speak about just to give also my input on what the CEO for Youth Agenda said on ID and the reality check. From the county I come from, Isiolo, from the ward, and particularly that village, I think over 60 young people were not able to vote on the elections day. Because for us, when vetting for IDs, when the county commissioner and the chiefs, they organize for these vetting processes, you need to wait for a minimum of 2 to 3 years for the next vetting process to come. And some of us, the MCA for Wajir knows, we had to fake our age, you start applying for ID when you are at the age of 15 or 16 years, so that by the time vetting process comes, you can now, you are at the age of 18. So that is the reality check. To be honest, before I come to your question also on the aspect of why young people did not turn out to vote, I will be honest. For Northern Kenya, young people, women were the victims of negotiated democracy, whereby this is a system where elders decide who should be given this leadership position. So a good number of them expressed their intention to vie, but when they reached the moment, elders now decided who should be going to the ballot, they lost interest because they were not inspired to see fellow young people in the ballot. And this is not the case. When you look at ASAL counties, that has been a major problem, though we have also some good positive gains. And Chatatu, I will say, on the issues of patriotism, uzalendo umeisha among the young people. Gone are the days when you can be inspired by an advertisement from Electoral Commission of Kenya, the defunct ECK. Those Swahili, ujumbe za Kiswahili wakisema uende upige kura. You find nowadays they are not so much investing in, encouraging young people to go out there. And you find in most instances, the aspect of you going to vote is a symbol of, good citizenship. You going to vote for the president, you are voting for presidency. It's a symbol of national unity. So I will say, for the TikTok generation, if there is a representative here of National Cohesion and Integration Commission, uzalendo umeisha among the young people. Sorry to say so. On the aspect of the problems now you've spoken about, one thing we are doing as a UDM, Youth League, we are the newest youth league among the political parties, just established 2 months before election. So we started to identify key issues affecting young people. And for UDM, we identified what's really affecting where we are predominantly popular in ASAL counties. So one of the key issues was climate change and also the aspect of gender equality. So 2 weeks ago, we reached out to one county assembly in Isiolo where we have the majority party. And we talked to the youth MCAs and we told them, you guys have a fund in the budget. You are coming up with county integrated development plan. Why can't you pass a law or a bill, or you propose a bill to the county assembly which will influence locally led financing of climate actions in Isiolo County? There are young people who have an intent of planting trees. There are young people who really try to look at the issues of overgrazing in Isiolo and even ASAL counties. And they accepted and they said once they come from the recess, they will be able to look at it. So we are trying to approach the problems facing young people from the perspective of looking at the Sustainable Development Goals. We've identified 2 of them. We also have a problem of women participation in political processes. They are really disadvantaged. So we are trying our best to, identifying on how they can be brought on board. So we've identified, those students who've just finished, universities, on how we can identify of, recruiting them to join the Youth League. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to give each of you 2 minutes to answer this question, and it's also your final remark. What opportunities exist for young people in political parties? All right? What opportunities exist also in the political space for young people? And if you think they don't exist, what opportunities are you creating for young people? That's the question. What opportunities are being created? Because if we're talking about they're not active, lack of patriotism, it's too hard to get ideas. Let's walk the talk. How can youth participate more? I'll start with the MP Yala, because he has requested. So, Bwana Maina Karobia, Honorable, please start us off.
Yes, I want to appreciate the organizations or institutions that hosted us today and created this platform. I think this is the right direction in terms of bringing young people, bringing also stakeholders within the political parties space, so that we are able to move this discussion ahead, and also share ideas how we are going to build our democratic space in our country. I think in every political party that is functional, they must have a secretariat. I think that is the first space of a young person. I'm a product of having worked in a political party, that is a UDA. That party has mentored me and helped me to grow politically. I'm able to interact with people. It has exposed me to people even with divergent opinions in regards to how we should drive our country. It is through my political party I've been able to engage with people from minority side, that is the ODM and Jubilee and other political parties, and they have that space. That space has that particular opportunity has led me to become who I am. So the first opportunity a political party should offer you is a space within the secretariat. I think that is an opportunity. It is an employment opportunity because political parties are given the political fund. And I think it is upon us as members of respective political parties, we've been following up. Hiyo pesa inaenda wapi? Isikuwe ni ya party leader peke yake. Tuko pamoja ndugu yangu wa Ford Kenya. Yes, isikuwe ya party leader peke yake. It is upon us as members of political parties, we follow up that money. Because that political party is going to offer an employment opportunity at the secretariat level. The other space is every political party is formed to form government. We have seen various political parties that have been formed. By virtue of you belonging to a political party, that party, if it wins government, you have an opportunity of being employed in government or being seconded in employment opportunity. And that's where the issues of shareholding comes in. It is the reality of politics. I want to say it as it is. You have to be active in a political party. I always insist when I'm given a platform to talk to young people who are interested in politics. Don't stay in the periphery. Get into the arena, and the arena is the political party. Be a member of a political party. That's where opportunities and decisions are made. And I think, Mark, we need to, and the organizations that have been formed here, that have organized this particular platform, we need to sensitize young people to be members of political parties. That's where opportunities are. Kama singekuwa member wa political party, also hawangekuwa naniita training. Hata nyinyi labda hamungekuja hapa juu mngekuwa mnaonekana kama ni watu ordinary, si ndio? But by virtue of having membership of a political party, you are seen to be a first among equals. You'll be invited on the table. You are seen as a shareholder. So we need to be members of, first of all, you have to be a member of a political party so that you can now have the right to speak, to question, and also to access an opportunity. That is the reality of this politics. Otherwise, I appreciate this opportunity, and may God bless you. And may we continue building our nation. I want to also insist that there are alternative ways of expressing ourselves as young people. The alternative ways are through media, through such platforms, through boardrooms, not on the streets. Asanteni sana.
I trust a politician to be political. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Yeah? All right. Umesikia shareholders. What you need to know is where these shares are bought. Now, let's try, and you guys are the difference between people and their tea breaks. So I will give ladies first. So I'll go with Miss Atieno Ogola. Please start us off. I'll give you 1 minute each. The faces of these people look like my mom when she wants tea.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The first thing I'd like to say, for myself, I can never talk about my political career without KANU in the picture, because KANU identified me and have mentored me since I was at the Kenya School of Law. So one thing that KANU is trying to do at the moment is to create opportunities for the young people, and I thank my Secretary General, who is here, that we are now forming a leadership academy, which is going to enroll all the young people who are interested in politics from across different political parties. And I'll be one of the facilitators who will be taking the people who will enroll through leadership and governance. So that's one of the ways that we are trying to engage more youth to be able to participate in politics. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Very well put. And then Honorable Perpetua Mponjiwa, what opportunities exist? What are you creating?
First of all, I didn't know when I got into the county assembly that when you are a member of the county assembly, you are given, first of all, you are given 3 slots. Like you can employ a personal assistant, you have a secretary, and of course you have a driver. So as a youth, sometimes as a woman and a youth, it happens that I become my own PA, but I can give that opportunity to a member or the people who help me campaign or people. And I'm happy that in ODM, almost all of us, almost 95% of the members of the county assembly across the nation employed people who actually really helped them during the campaigns. Are members of the party and of course are active members of the party and really help them during campaigns. It is something that that just started like that. We just said we are now not in government. How are we going to absorb now the youth and the women? And that is what has happened in across all the 47 counties where ODM we had slots either in parliament and MCAs and governor's office. You can see, and I am proud to say, our senator for Nairobi absorbed, employed so many people in his office. Our minority leader Wandai employed so many, and majority of them are youth and women. So it's a great opportunity. And to the other youth who are out there, the process starts, like I always say, from a political party. Right now, the office of the Registrar of Political Parties, maybe they've written a notice to the respective political parties to conduct elections. So when the elections are out there, as a youth, you need to come out and participate in party politics. From there, you are maybe a polling station chair or maybe a treasurer, and you are an official of the party. So from there, when party have their meetings, you participate in their meetings. And for the youth league and the women league and the persons with disability, as our party, they are entitled and they sit in the National Executive Council. The National Executive Council, that's where they make the decision. It's just that this time round, we want to encourage the different leagues with their leaders, because I can see Mr. Kakiri is here. that they make sure they also be part when they are making the national, when they are in the National Elections Council, they are part of the National Elections Board. So when you are part of an elections board, you will negotiate on behalf of the persons living with disability directly, instead of someone else in the National Elections Board is negotiating for you. He or she is not disabled, he or she is maybe not a woman. So if these things start from the neck, and then from the neck where you sit, you make sure you have your right hand foot in the NEB, National Elections Board. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Very well put. I think she's given proper solutions. Please let us give her a great clap. Let's go to Musa Abdi. What opportunities and what plans do you have in place for young people?
Thank you. So going directly to the point, last month we met with representatives of World Bank and Northeastern Development Initiative, who are planning the upgrade and the tarmacking of Isiolo, Madogashe, Garissa, Mandera Road. And we gave a proposal that where the road passes, the recruitment of, the drivers and, the supervisors and everything should be, sourced from the locals, who are living along the road. And I'm happy to report that we've received the proposal have been accepted by Kenha, and they've said, young people, as far as, those ASAL counties are concerned, are going to be given opportunities. Also, we've been partnering with the Regional Economic Bloc, FCDC. We've been trying to highlight on how young people can be brought on board on aspect of SDGs, that is climate change specifically, whereby now the bill we are trying to approach the MCAs to pass will be able to give, youths who are interested in climate actions opportunity for them to really understand and engage in locally led financing of climate change actions. And finally, we've started a program as a youth league in ASAL counties for empowerment of young people in understanding budget and accountability documents, specifically the CIDPs, the County Integrated Development Plan, and the Annual Development Plan. So we've been having series of engagements, specifically in Isiolo and a bit of Marsabit. We've been trying to call young people and, advising them on how they can scrutinize key budget documents, quarterly reports, on how they can identify the usage of their, recurrent and development expenditure. And in the process, the UDM Youth League, we've identified so far over 5 to 6 young people who are now champions on budget accountability in the county. And in Isiolo, one of them have been accepted to be a member of the County Economic and Budget Forum. So those are some of the strategies and opportunities that you are exploring as a youth league. Thank you.
Asante Abdi. Now, the CEO of the Youth Agenda set the agenda. Now, tell us whether your agenda has been answered and how it can be answered even more, bearing in mind that it's tea break time.
Okay, thank you. I think we need to be honest to ourselves. There are issues that we've been struggling with over the years. One thing that for me, I say is an opportunity that probably we've not achieved is the 2/3 gender rule. For me, I see it as an opportunity also to have young people in these positions. I see an opportunity with the youth leagues, but we need to be very deliberate in funding youth leagues, and also just trying to ensure that they remain vibrant. They have programs that they are running across the country. But if you look at the statistics, about 35% young people are in political parties. In terms of membership to political parties, it stands at 35%. We need to be very deliberate as a country in terms of encouraging young people to join political parties as a country, because there is the power of being in a political party. Lastly, the second last thing that we need also to actualize is we need to implement the Election Campaign Financing Act, which has been again the cost of politics in this country, it denies many young people out there, and even women of this country, the opportunity to go for those political seats. If we are able as a country and we are deliberate to implement this, we're going to create a level playground for us as citizens of this country to vie for the various political seats. Lastly, I appreciate KANU. They have now a mentorship program, but I would like to encourage you that you also extend the mentorship to these young people who are leaving campus, because I saw most of them who tried to vie, they just concluded the election, most of them lost terribly. So it's time we also think of extending these mentorship programs to those young people. And let's start early. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's give them a clap. Good stuff. It is now tea break time, but we are coming back to agree that one, we are not queuing to get IDs, and we're not queuing to vote. We must digitize. And two, we'll see you after what, 15 minutes? All right, 15 minutes. It's now 10 minutes past 11. We'll see you 25 past the hour. Thank you so much for your attention.
For the tea, we have 2 stations, one and the other one here. Karibuni.
Let's save some time.
Right. Either you get back in or we keep you here until 4. That is a promise. You get back in or we keep you here until 4.
Good morning once again. Let's settle down. Let us settle down first. Thank you. I would like to recognize the presence of the State Law Office. Karibuni sana. You see, the good thing about today is since morning, once we received the report, we've been perusing it. And Kenyans, we have a habit of reading, don't we? Don't we? So I'm very sure there are some people who have gone through even the recommendations, and they are starting to think through some of the few things that they can do within their space, within the political parties, in the county assemblies, to increase the inclusivity of the persons with disabilities, of the youth and women. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Collins Odote, who is the Dean, the law school at the University of Nairobi. Professor, you'll have a very easy time, but because these people have read the report. Haven't you? Of course you have. So take the floor, Professor, please.
Thank you very much, Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure. Good morning. I thought that you were quiet because you were wondering why I was coming here. After Steve has said you have read the report. Like yourself, I too wonder why I'm here. Because once you write it and people have it, they should just read and life goes on. But because both Steve and Phoebe insisted that I must present, and because both Steve and Phoebe are my good friends, I could not say no. Several years ago, I used to do work with political parties every single day. I see my good friend, the Registrar of Political Parties, coming in, who I have serious beef with because she excluded me from a function in Olkalau over the weekend, for which we will discuss over lunch. But on a more serious note, I had the privilege of leading the team that prepared the report that you must have had the opportunity of reading, and that I will highlight in 15 minutes. I have 15 slides, so I must only take 1 minute per slide. The report is titled Walking the Talk, and it's titled Walking the Talk deliberately because it seeks to ask ourselves to what extent as a country, as political parties, do we deliver on the promise that we make to young people, the promise that we make to women, and the promise that we make to persons with disability as far as elections, as far as nominations, as far as political representation is concerned. I think in the year 2000 and something, around 2006 or 2007, I was working for a German political foundation that will provide the context for the report. And at that point, we were seeking to establish the Kenya Young Parliamentarian Association, KYPA. Now everybody knows about KYPA. We then went for a retreat somewhere in Nyeri, and the retreat for young parliamentarians. And because we wanted the association to have members, we agreed that the cut-off age for young members of parliament would be 50 years old. But then there were a few people who were 52, 53. I think one of them was the Honorable Amos Kimunya. And they made the strong sentiments that if you keep it at 50, you will exclude us. So please increase it to around 54. So when you see the provisions of the 2010 Constitution that explicitly say that youth is 35 years old, when you see the MP for Yala here speaking, and you see his age, you must know that in terms of context, we have walked a long journey. And that's slide number 1. That's all I will say about slide number 1. But the question that the research kept asking themselves is that despite having walked that long journey of moving from 54 to 35, moving from almost nobody below 35 to now at least having people, why is it that they're still disquiet in terms of representation? Is it something wrong with our legal framework, or is something wrong with our culture? And somebody may ask the question, so why did this study focus on the legal framework? And in that next slide, you will find that globally, when you talk about inclusion, you focus around 3 things. You focus around how adequate is the legal framework. You focus around, so what affirmative action mechanisms exist in that country and how are they being implemented. And thirdly, you focus about the extent to which democratic institutions, especially the electoral management body and the political party regulatory body, is carrying out its work around inclusivity. And those are the 3 things that this report sought to look at. You have all read the methodology. Many of you participated. The critical thing is that the parties that were sampled were parties that the Oslo Center and the team work with. So if your party is not on the list, and if it is not part of those, if it is amongst those that are registered by the registrar but it's not there, do not complain that why were you excluded. The design was purposive in terms of those that were worked with. The sampling was purposive in terms of who to speak to, and then the interviews were qualitative. A total of 178 people were spoken to, either as key informants, in focus group discussions, or in one-on-one conversations across Kisumu, Machakos, Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru, Nandi, Tana River, Turkana, and Wajir. And in the next remaining, I think around 11 minutes, I will try and highlight what the key findings of the study are. I think starting from the positives, if you look at the 2022 elections, both in terms of participation, but also in terms of performance, women, youth, and persons with disability did well in terms of numbers. I think I was looking at some of the statistics. There were, for example, around 600 persons with a disability who participated in the 2022 elections. I think a huge number. If I remember in 2013, as I worked with Phoebe, Ronnie, and Steve, doing some training for political parties for the first time in the run-up to the 2013 elections. And there was a training for persons with disability, and political parties said, but they don't exist. So how can you have a training only for persons with disability? So to have 600 people with disability participate, for me, I think is a huge improvement. If you look at the chart at the bottom, you will see that there's a huge difference between pre-2010 and post-2010. If you look at the bars, you can't even see the sizes in terms of the numbers of persons who were elected into the numbers of women who were in our parliament before 2010, and those that were there above 2010. So even as we have the challenges that I'll be raising, if you look at the bar, at least you can speak about the bar in 2013 to 2022. I don't think we can speak about the one before 2013. So in terms of absolute numbers, there's been a huge improvement. I think everybody has spoken about the numbers of women governors that got elected. Everybody has spoken about the numbers of deputy women governors. So I think it's important to always appreciate the journey that we've come from. And I was happy to listen to some of the panel conversations that took place just before now, because it underscored those. Those statistics mirror those for PWD and mirror those for youth. The interesting thing about PWD and youth, before 2010, there was a conversation about women. If you remember the times of Charity, if you remember the times of Beth Mugo, Kewopa existed even then, because there was the issue about that. But then there was no conversations about youth. There was no conversation about PWD in Parliament. You will find maybe one, Josephine Singh, at some point in time, but you'll not find real numbers. So if you're talking about their representation of youth and PWD, it's only after 2013 that you'll see numbers, and you can see that even then we have graphs of movement, although up and down, but at least some numbers that you can speak to. So that's the first thing, that the Constitution and the laws have actually led to some level of participation and election of women, youth, and people with disability, and something I think we can both speak to and then build on. The second set of issues relates to issues around awareness, issues around implementation, and issues around impact. And there are three things on that slide. The last one is something that was spoken about in the panel here for the people of Northern Kenya. I think Registrar of Political Parties knows her experience with negotiated democracy. We used to speak about negotiated democracy for devolved elections. In 2022, we brought it to all elections, so that parties said, yes, we will carry out nominations, but the nominations will be indirect. So you will wake up and you're told, you know, yesterday we had some conversations in some boardroom and we decided that Collins is the party candidate. As the gentleman who was here was speaking, invariably, that candidate will most likely be a man, that candidate will most likely be above 35, and that candidate will most likely be wealthy. So if we talk about special interest groups, except as an exception, the majority of them will not fall into those categories. That's the first impact. The second is that unlike 2013, awareness is not one of the problems. Everybody knows the provisions of the law, they know the provision of the rule, they know what is required. When they don't do it not because they don't know, they don't do it because of other reasons. And I think one of the things that came out is that there's a huge implementation deficit even in political parties. They will know this is required, but they will do something completely different. So in terms of strategies, the strategy cannot just be one of awareness creation, because you can't sing to a sheep. You must find another way of convincing that person when they don't want to do what is the right thing. The next slide, if I move it, yes. On the next slide, I think the other finding that we find is that there are also certain gaps in the law, and I think the last panel spoke about some of them. I heard somebody saying, for example, let's implement the election campaign finance law. So there are certain legislative gaps that I think as you look towards the 2022 elections, it's important for you to be able to deal with. While there was a celebration of what each of your parties are doing, I think I had KANU, we are doing this, I had UDA, we are doing this. I think the reality, if you look at the last elections, political parties still by and large pay lip service to inclusion. Because if they didn't pay lip service to inclusion, the numbers would be more than that. If we say that there were 600 persons with disability who sought elective positions, it is possible to have at least 15% of them in elective positions. It cannot be that there are even county assemblies that did not have at some point in time persons with disability. So I think the levels of lip service is extremely high. And you will see a quote there where some women aspirant from Vihiga is complaining about the corruption, about the lack of support from their own political party. And that sentiment is replicated across all our political parties. So I think we need to ensure that parties start walking the talk and not just talking for purposes of being nice. The next issue is, I think, and I wrote this before Anne came, so it's not, I'm not writing it because she's my friend. I think the electoral management institutions actually walked the talk amidst the political disinterest. And I think I will give you two examples. Example number one, IEBC last year wrote rejecting party nomination lists because they did not comply. And eventually they had to take it because political parties and the courts somehow entered into some conspiracy to say, no, there's some solution to it. But the reality is that they did not comply. And they did that against political. It's the one place where both sides of the political divide were in agreement that IEBC was wrong. On most instances, they say, no, you are favoring X, you are favoring Y, but on this, they were both interested that they were wrong. The second example, which is a strange example, is I've always argued with the Register of Political Parties that independent candidates is not her business. she is the registrar of political parties. But if you look at the provisions that she used for independent candidates, it's essentially provided avenues for special interest groups that had otherwise been locked out of political parties. So I think those two examples just seek to demonstrate the support that the electoral management institutions provided to special interest groups despite political disinterest. So we need to deal with both sides. How do we continue strengthening the management institutions, but also how do we address the issue about disinterest? I think dispute resolution processes were a mixed bag. There were instances where people said, yeah, our political parties did well, but there are also instances where people say, no, I am suffering because of my political party. I think the one that stands in my mind very well is, if anybody followed politics, you must have seen the experience of Waithera Chege from South B. And I will say nothing more about the situation. I think it just goes to demonstrate the issue about dispute resolution mechanism. I think this last issue is that the reality is that there continues to be gaps in the current constitutional architecture as concerns inclusion. And there are three examples to demonstrate that. Number one, the last panel spoke about two-thirds. I think the fact that how to achieve two-thirds continues to be a challenge shows us there's something that requires to be done. There's a group of people, one of them, that always held the position that I think we need to amend the constitution to realize two-thirds, that if we don't, we'll never realize it. And people say, no, you are against two-thirds gender, but 10 years down the road, I think it demonstrates to us that there's more required to do beyond just administrative compliances. We will have to bite the bullet at some point in time. Secondly, I think if you look at the contestations about the BBI process, despite all the concerns about it, I think the one thing that it did was to try and address the concerns about special interest groups in terms of provisions. And then lastly, if you look at the memorandum that His Excellency the President took to Parliament at the start of the year, I think the issues about special interest groups was a core part of the proposal that he wanted to amend. So it just demonstrates that I think as any conversations takes place in the future about relooking at our constitution, the issue about special interest groups must be dealt with because there are current constitutional gaps in terms of its realization. So that's some of the findings, and I think the rest of the stuff are in the report. I think I just want to make 2 or 3 other things. First, in terms of conclusion, the reality is that the glass of inclusion and the legal framework is half full, not half empty. So our collective responsibility must be, how do we add more water into that glass, so by the time we reach the next elections, at least we've moved from half to at least 2/3 in terms of responsiveness of the law, in terms of implementation of affirmative action measures, and in terms of the performance of the electoral management body and the ORPP. And so on that basis, that recommendations are made around 4 things. Number 1 is the recommendations around legislative amendments. And I think the group guys who were here before spoke to them. The report has them. I will not be able to rehash them. The second is recommendations around better implementation by political parties, better implementations by the judiciary, better implementations by the electoral management institutions of the existing provisions. Because even the ones that exist, there are certain things that we could do much more. So that's the second level of recommendations. The third level of recommendations are recommendations that seek to strengthen political parties, strengthen youth leagues, strengthen those that are youth in those political parties, strengthen women, and strengthen PWDs. And also to strengthen IEBC, to strengthen ORPP. Tomorrow I'll be having a conversations with the directors of IEBC. And one of my discussions with them will be that between the time elections end until a few years to elections, we forget that staff exists there. When we have a year to elections, we start blaming them because of mistakes we think they have made. And I have told all of them that even if you took Jesus to the electoral management body, unless we provide a conducive working environment, we will continue complaining. Because it is not about the quality of the people who is there, it's about the quality of Kenyans and the quality of our infrastructure. That's what we must change, not the few individuals that go to IEBC. Then the last set of recommendations are recommendations around programmatic interventions, work that the EU, work that people like Caro, work like the Oslo Center, work that people like Ronnie and NIMD can be able to do with all these actors in terms of ensuring that we are able to walk the talk and that we're able to make the participation of women, youth, and persons with disability much more stronger. Because at the end of the day, the quality of democracy is measured by how well we treat those who are marginalized and those who are minorities, and that's the focus of the report. I hope I've not overstepped the 10 minutes. If I have, I'm extremely sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, led by the Registrar herself. We have online participants. I would like to also to acknowledge DIPD online and the Executive Director of the Oslo Center, Finiale. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Finiale. If you can hear me, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I could hear you loud and clear. And thank you for inviting me. Just to a small correction, I'm the chairman of the board of the Oslo Center. I used to be the executive director, so I know the Oslo Center well for a long time. I also used to live in Kenya, so I know your country well, and I worked with political parties and through our office in Kenya for many years. So I'm very happy to be here today and thanking all actually for having been part of doing this report available. I want to especially acknowledge the Office of the Attorney General, the Sidpak Consortium, the partners, CMD Kenya, Mslando Trust, DIPD, and NIMD, to working together with the Oslo Center for this important issues of highlighting how special interest groups can be more visible in political party, in the political debate and discussion, and how we can find ways of including them in a more righteous way. And I think it's the report can sort of give us the way forward to say that these are the opportunity now researched and looked into by the consortium, and now it's on the table, and we can have the opportunity to work with legislations, with political parties responsible, and all other individuals that have right to work into this area to find better solution, to include them more, and to have the opportunity to, in the future, have a more sort of diverse participation of the different groups of women, of youth, and persons with disability into the political dialogue. It's so important not only for the individuals, but for the country as such of Kenya. Kenya can only solve it themselves in the different institutional offices, but we can help sort of guiding and directing that opportunity and the way, saying that I think all over the world you have more or less the same problem. Each country knows these challenges. So I think we, being able from the consortium to share from us as partners, from acknowledgements and experience in our own country, to go together with Kenya and say this is an opportunity, this is a strength for the base of political participation, and this is something that we can do as soon as possible, not wait, as was said before me, not wait to the next election, blaming and shaming for lack of interest of this direction, but pick it up immediately. I've honored all the officers that we have been working with, but I also asked them to pick up the report, read it well, and guide and direct us as partner for what we can do in the next phase. I also want to say then, as acknowledging EU as the funding partner, how important that sort of decision is to say that we want to be part of this in Kenya. And I hope that we can partner as well in the future with the same consortium to have that opportunity to continue and evolve into what findings that we are seeing today. And I think it's always needed for changes to happen. You need to see and look at the legislation. At some stage, you need to change the legislation to empower the changes. And I think that dialogue has been there. I think many have seen maybe quite sort of harshly accusing political party of just paying lip service. I think the interest is there. What I find when I'm in Nairobi or in Kenya in general is that the interest is definitely there, but it's still a way to go. So I think that for the Oslo Center, we want to walk that road together with you. We want to be there and support further development, and we want to take part in these changes to secure the better of the future for Kenya. That's all the interest that there is, both for Kenya and partners that work together with you, with political institutions, with the entire government, with all those who have legislative roles into this process. So what I can say and conclude with is that the Oslo Center, together with the partners, are committed to continue the work, and we hope that we are given the opportunity, and we hope that you are, as of today, pleased with the reports and the readings, that you find there thorough sort of investigation into the issue and thorough and good outcomes for the next step. So by that, I will give it back to my colleague Stephen, and I'm thanking all of you in the room for letting me speak to you, and thanking all the government representatives and the Office of the Attorney General for being part of this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Finn. And thank you so much for taking your time to talk to us today. We move forward. I would like to take this opportunity and save some time and invite to the podium from the State Law Office, Kennedy Mutiso. Sorry. Mr. Kennedy Mutiso, please. Sorry for the ambush, but it's okay, it's fine.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for that. As you've heard, Kennedy Mutiso. I'm here to represent the Office of the Attorney General, now called the State Law Office, by the Executive Order Number 1 of 2023. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Attorney General was the guest speaker. He was to come and give his speech, to which I have it here with me. And if you allow me, I will go directly to it and read. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I am honored to have this opportunity to address this auspicious occasion of the report on women, youth, PWD's inclusion in the electoral processes in Kenya. We are launching this publication at a time when our nation, and indeed the whole world, understands that democracy is at the core of our political systems. And the electoral process is a critical component of democratic governance. The need to have inclusivity for all is critical in a democratic space like our country. Elections and other political processes are pivotal to the quality of a country's governance and can either greatly advance or set back a country's long-term democratic development, as well as a country, regional and global foreign policy priorities. The most fundamental principle defining credible election is that they must reflect the free expression of the will of the people. I wish to commend the people of Kenya for having done so in every election that this democratic space has undertaken. In today's society, we understand that democracy is at the core of our political systems, and the electoral process is a critical component of the democratic governance. The inclusion of women in the electoral process is a matter of fundamental importance. Women constitute over half of the world's population and deserve to have their voices heard. However, we cannot overlook the fact that women have historically been faced with challenges when it comes to participating in the electoral process. Barriers such as gender stereotypes, culture norms, and unequal access to education and resources have hindered women participation in the electoral process. To overcome these barriers, we must take measures to promote gender equality and empower women to participate fully in the electoral process. Kenya has made commendable strides towards this agenda. Evidently, the Constitution of Kenya provides for inclusivity for all. Similarly, youth are a vital component of our society, and their inclusion in the electoral process is critical for healthy democracy. Young people bring fresh ideas, energy, enthusiasm to the political process. However, they too have been historically underrepresented in the electoral processes, often due to lack of political awareness, education, and resources. To overcome these barriers, we must empower young people by providing them with the knowledge and the tools they need to engage fully in the political process. Finally, we cannot overlook the fact that persons with disabilities are often excluded from the electoral process. Despite significant progress in the recent years, persons with disabilities still face numerous barriers when it comes to participating in the electoral process. These barriers include inaccessible polling stations, lack of assistive technology, and social stigma. To overcome this barrier, we must ensure that persons with disability have equal access to the electoral process by providing them with the necessary accommodation and support. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the inclusion of women, youth, and persons with disability in the electoral process is critical for the healthy and robust democracy. It is our duty as a society to promote inclusion and empower this group to participate fully in the electoral process. By doing so, we can ensure that our democracy is representative of all members of the society and that everyone has an equal voice in shaping the future of our communities and the nation. Lastly, my office is open to engage in discussion on legislative policy reforms in the area of electoral process in Kenya. With those few remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberation for the remainder of the day. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutiso. You will agree with me that the Office of the Attorney General is key to the amendments that we have heard from you. My take is we lose as a society when we do not intentionally take steps for inclusivity. And we are all political actors here in different avenues. But one of the key partners is the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. I would like to invite the Registrar of Political Parties to talk to us. Welcome, Ms. Nderitu.
Thank you so much. Thank you, the representative of the AG, for very well thought out speech. And it is very important to note that the age is saying that inclusion, especially of the young people, is crucial. And so is it for women and youth and persons with disability. I have gone through the report, and I've also listened to Professor Collins Odote as he made the presentation. And I want to say that I associate in majority of the issues I've risen, that where we are, we need as a country to really be deliberate about inclusion and also avoid talk show, but we walk the talk, just like the title of the report is saying. Sometimes we have been in conferences, we do many things inside hotel rooms, and we talk even with the political parties on many things. But sometimes we leave it at that we have talked about it. We have also written reports and documented. I think in this electoral cycle, because it's very early, when we are discussing this report and others, we really need to then start walking the talk as early as now. And I want to appreciate that we have quite a number of political parties that are here represented. I've just also seen Senator Walkin, Beth Karibu Sana, representing ODM. And I can see many significant political parties are represented here. And I know the game of inclusion start at the political party. Political participation start at the political party level. And a political party is an institution that have structures, that has organs, that has rules, regulations, and constitutions that speak to inclusion. From the point of view of registrar of political parties, we always ensure and force political parties on compliance. But I usually say we should go beyond the requirement of law and just filing that a woman has been included in the governing body, and look at the contribution of that woman, the contribution of that young person, the contribution of that person with disability inside the political party. Because even if they are the minority, majority may have their way, but the minority must have their say. And that say is what we need to see it translated into percentages. When elections has been held and when nominations have been held, we want to see the percentages turned into that say. So that when the Constitution says the 2/3 gender rule, which we have been debating for the longest time, I think through political parties, a political party can ensure that even if there are different methods of identified candidates, as a professor was saying, that it is a deliberate move to identify candidates that will translate to certain percentages when it comes to an election. One of the issues that we can celebrate in the last general election is that we zero-rated electoral violence during party nominations. There were different methods that were applied. And at least we never had a single major incident. We can say that it was an electoral violence that resulted to loss of life. You know, in the previous election, even life, or people get hurt in so much way. We can also celebrate that we saw parties better organized this particular time. And we could see even the internal, one of the issues, one of the game changers in the last election is the inclusion of internal dispute resolution mechanism as a must-do by the political party before they proceed to the other dispute resolution institutions. And by that, we saw many cases being resolved at that particular level. And we appreciated some of the judgments that were filed with us by parties themselves, the internal dispute resolution committees of the political parties, because they took it very seriously. However, I still want to note, as a professor noted, some of the methods that we brought on board need some rules, they need some regulations, they need some guides. For example, when you talk about indirect nomination and consensus building and negotiated, I think there should be some parameters which should actually include how do we ensure in those negotiations the youth, the person with disability, the women, the marginalized and minorities are included. It's part of that. When we had that issue of the 1/3 in the nomination, the candidates that are being forwarded to the Electoral Commission, before the court actually tried to do away with it, many parties had complied. Quite a number, significant number of parties had complied, meaning it is doable. And even if we have grown at a smaller percentage, we are moving. We are not going backward, which is the thing that we should celebrate. But how can we move in a better way towards achievement of what really is important? Because you cannot ignore a population of 50, half the country, who are women. And then you get them represented by 19%. Yet they are more than half of the population. You cannot ignore 66%, who are the youth of this country, that 5 years and below, according to 2019 census, they are 66.7%. Imagine, then they are represented by a very few. So that these men over that 5, who we call the society, then need to tell us how do they then include others. Because when we talk about the society that is excluding, we actually mean men over that 5 years, because they are the one who are excluding women, they are the one who are excluding the youth. How can we then talk to these men over, and there are many here, I can see them. You, the society, how do you include us into to the process so that we become one as unit? I want to conclude by saying, as an institution, we are still committed to regulating political parties for inclusion, to ensure that inclusion is done. In the last run-up to the general election, we had trainings with the different organs of political parties, and one of the issues that we talked about was inclusion. And we trained even organs of political parties. We trained the youth leagues. We trained we had meetings with the women leagues. Beth was there. She was the leader of women league. When we were training them to really support them in terms of inclusion, we looked for persons with disability and talked to them and asked parties to bring. Some parties, at that particular time we were requesting, they never had. They had to go look for them and appoint them. So it was a point of ensuring that all political parties have the relevant leagues and relevant organs that are inclusive in nature. So I want to associate with the report and say it's time to work. We have done post-election evaluation ourselves as an institution, and some of the issues being raised here are what we also found. You know, it's good to have a proper critique of a process. We see our gaps, and then we want to address where there are legal gaps. Then we join and come together, all of us, join hands, then have a legal reform that is geared towards closing all the gaps that have been identified by different actors, and have an honest conversation, even at party level. Let's not just do compliance for purposes of compliance, but let's have an honest conversation that really we want to have people included in the process. I want to thank you most sincerely, even as we look at the post-election period, and willing to work together. Currently, we are conducting stakeholder engagement and grassroots. We want, today alone, we have about 5 grassroots meetings. Our aim is to ensure that people understand political processes and also understand political parties. If there's an institution that is misunderstood in this country, it's an institution called a political party. People don't think that political parties have form of structure. But I can tell you we have very good political parties with serious party organs, and a political party is not supposed to belong to an individual. A political party is an institution that have leadership. Of course, there's respect to leadership and the structure, but a political party is supposed to be a corporate body, just like any other institution. And we want to really thank the political parties that have really responded to the many, many things that we have done together to ensure that political parties are strengthened institutions that form the basis of the inclusion that we are really, really talking about. I want to stop there and wish ourselves a continuous, nice deliberation as we look forward to the legal reform, this particular period that should be very, very, very inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Registrar. It's not very easy to be at the center of the regulation of political parties in Kenya, but it's good to hear that we have very serious political parties in Kenya with structures and organs to make decisions for inclusivity, which is a good thing. The register of political parties, you've mentioned the 2/3 gender rule. What opportunity do we still have to fully implement this principle as political parties, as the parliament, as the people of Kenya who vote? It would be very interesting that if we take this report and make very intent decisions for inclusivity, especially women who we have been able to make few strides towards the right direction. The next activity that we are going to have is a panel discussion towards the inclusion of women in political processes. We are just about there, but yet so far. I would want to welcome Mark Bichachi, who is the moderator of this activity.
Let us clap for our MC. Those of you from a certain political party in trouble and summoning each other left, right, and center, I have whispered to the good madam, the RPP, and asked her to please bring some sanity. So I have done your work. I have moderated even that discussion for you. So please clap for me. Thank you. Thank you. Please, Madam Betty Adera, who's a good friend of mine. I've known Betty for many, many years. From the UDA party, please come in front. Sylvia Mwichuli from the ANC party. Miss Millicent Abudo, Ford Kenya deputy party leader. Is she here? Okay. And then Honorable Beth Siengo, who's the Women League president for ODM. Please clap for her. This is how we clap, in case you'd forgotten. This is our inclusive clap. Yes, yes, yes. So don't worry, when there is silence, we are clapping. That's Asante sana mheshimiwa. Then we've got Diana Watila, who's representing FIDA. Ms. Watila, if you're here. Oh, okay. Good. So you've got more time to answer my questions, because I want to start this one by tackling the bull by the horns. Last cycle, the last cycle of parliament was nearly dissolved by a letter from our Supreme Court that said that the parliament was unduly assembled, having not met the 2/3 gender rule. Now, we've talked upside down, sideways on this particular issue. So I'd just like to throw the gauntlet to you as women leaders. What is the problem? Because we know women are at least 50%. That one we know. I have 2 kids. 50% are women. I'm very gender inclusive in my home. Why? What is the missing thing with this 2/3 gender rule? We will start with, from the extreme left, Ms. Mwichuli.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Oslo, for inviting us. I just want to say I'm disappointed to see that NC Party was not amongst your key informants in this study, but congratulations on the study. I have already read quite a bit, and I've seen it's really going to be a document that is going to impact the way we do our business. So on the issue of the 2/3 gender rule and what is really going on, I think the missing link here is buy-in from political parties. Because we have a lot of lip service. Even in the last cycle, when we were all going around campaigning, there were a lot of promises. A lot of promises. And what has come out is that immediately after the election, a lot of those promises were just forgotten. So we need to find a way of getting genuine commitment from the political parties. The legislative framework, a bit of work needs to be done there too. But I think the biggest thing for me is getting the political parties to really commit to this. And then also there's a proposal on the table from the president, I think when he came into power, there was a document that he brought out where he was actually proposing a formula on how the 2/3 gender rule would be met. I think if we pick up that proposal, which will actually entail electing more. I know it's a painful one because it will entail electing more women into office, but I think it could be a panacea to actually solve the problem. But bottom line is political parties need to walk the talk.
Okay, interesting. Now, Betty ran for Miss President, not the Kenya one, the KTN one. So she has quite the experience with politics. Why aren't we able to meet the 2/3 rule? What is the real problem?
Thank you very much, Mark, for that question, and for the organizers for inviting me among a panel of eminent women to crack this very, very important conversation that has been going on, for a while. And even in the last administration, there were all manner of attempts, in Parliament to crack this matter. But to date, it has not been cured. Now, for me, I will look at this issue at 3 levels. One is at our community, socio-cultural level. Where is this girl who you want one day to grow up to be Betsiengo, for example? You see my point? So we have to go back and look at what is it that keeps keeping our girls down, the violence, the sexual violence, the harmful, sociocultural practices, the gender biases, and so on. And of course, teen pregnancies that continue to exacerbate the poverty cycles, especially among women and girls. So that is one. Secondly, we have to look at access. All right, access to anything called opportunity for women and girls, opportunity for education, opportunity for financial inclusion, opportunity just to be and speak up, opportunity for that safe space to speak up on what it is that is mattering to you, and so on. So that is basically at the community level. And even there's some inherent structural barriers that continue to keep women and girls down right from a young age. Now, another level here then is the political parties. Look, an election is a democratic process with rights and rules and regulations. And except we are presenting many women, where are the electorates going to elect them? If you present one, electorates only have a choice to choose from one out of probably, several other men. So we have to go back and really interrogate our political party spaces and internal mechanisms to be sure that, again, we are walking the talk and that we are deliberate at all these plans that we are saying. So back to political parties to ensure that they get the act right so that they are fronting as many women across all those elective positions. And for the ones that are nominative and appointive, also, the formula remains the same. And then, of course, lastly, the parliament, both houses. These are the legislative spaces that we have at our disposal from our constitution. And if you look at the previous administration, the 2-3 times that this conversation came to the floor of the National Assembly, what happened? At some point, it appeared as if, hey, it is a war. Men are fighting against women. Women are fighting against men. This side is pulling this way, the other side is pulling another way. And anything that has got gender nuances can never succeed if both sides, both men and women, are not speaking from the same side. So for me, I got the understanding that there's really no disagreement in terms of do we want to do it. The issue was the how. All right? And I must also say clearly that the current administration led by the president himself is very deliberate on this. I know by my own knowledge that there are plans at various levels to elevate this conversation, to see to it that this particular conversation sees the light of day. Thank you.
All right. Senator Siengo, you know what I find interesting, speaking of our culture, when a woman is getting married, in dowry negotiations, it is 99% men. The 1% Jampata bad, I'm just giving margin of error. It is a societal problem. It is a political problem. You are a woman in the political space. What is your diagnosis of the problem, and how do we solve it, not just politically, but also in society?
Thank you. First of all, allow me to say hi to everybody. When I've sat here is when I'm seeing my friends and my colleagues and people whom I may call the comrades in this women movement struggle. So hi, everybody. Thank you. I'm Senator Beth Siengo, specially elected by ODM to represent the interest of women. So when I'm talking about women issues, it is like a fish swimming in the water, because this is where my passion is. Allow me to say that we live in a patriarchal society, and that's why, the example you have given of negotiation of dowry payment, it's only men, because women are owned by men. Actually, up to the point of forcing or kind of coercing or point of putting me into a situation of relinquishing my maiden name to take up a name of a man who met me when I had 32 teeth. That's why you call me Siengo. I'm supposed to have retained all the names. Anyway, so because of this patriarchal society kind of mentality in our country, in our continent, is that women are owned. So me and what I own belongs to a man. And the socialization Mheshimiwa Betty has talked about, how we socialize our girls from the very young, tender age, that the position of a woman, the place of a woman is in the kitchen, should stand up for your brother to sit, should wash clothes for your brother, should cook for the family members. Why not a boy to cook and the girl will enjoy the meal for another day? I would say this problem, for me, I'll take it in 3 perspectives also. One, I'll throw the challenge to my very good friend, Anderito. Civic education to the electorate. How have we done it in this country? Do men and the electorate know that they can elect women to occupy those places and those positions that are occupied by men? Civic education, for me, it is not done very well to the electorates in this country. So we need to up our game, Madam Nderitu, and do intensive civic education, not a few weeks towards election. No. What is wrong if we start it tomorrow? Yeah, for the next 4 years, as we prepare and wait for 2027. So let's educate the electorate about what to look for in a leader as they go for election. Number 2, I would say we do not have political goodwill to support women in leadership, either elective, appointive, not really. There is difference between speaking or saying and doing. I've seen the theme here is walk the talk. Can our government, can our leadership, can our political elite walk the talk? For me, that is where the button is stuck. Number 3, the political parties. Political parties may be pushed by the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to comply, by IEBC to comply. They do things just as a gesture of, okay, we have done it, but are they committed? Political parties, how many parties are led by women in this country? How many political parties have chairmanship, under chairmanship of women? Political party leaders, chairmen, secretary generals, how many are women? We have a chairman of the party, then we may have 3 deputy party leaders who are women. We have an SG and 2 deputy SGs who are women. Why is it that women should only take the kind of subordinate, do I call it subordinate?
Supportive.
Or supportive?
I'm being politically correct.
Thank you, moderator. You want to be politically sensitive. Yes, why is it that women seem to be playing a second video? Why? Can we have genuinely that support, genuine support for women? As the ODM Women League president, my heart was broken 2022 because I vigorously, and I know you know, and many here know, had strategies and plans and activities to make sure we increase the number of women. But I could get resistance. Even within the party, I could get resistance. Why? We advocated and lobbied for direct tickets for strong women. We did real mapping across the country to indicate strong women. Did the presentation to the National Executive Council. Said this woman is strong, give us direct ticket. But I could get resistance up to and including women within the party. Why?
Interesting.
Interesting. So we have a long way to go.
Madam,
the moment I stepped, yes.
I will give you another chance. I need to go around.
Finish with this.
Okay.
The moment I stepped in the Senate to represent women's interests, I made a statement on the actualization of 2/3, moved it to a motion, and now it is a bill, actualization of 2/3 in Kenya. Because as we are, the National Assembly of Kenya is not constitutionally constituted. Yeah? So we really need to actualize this. And that bill has gone all the processes to the second reading. But 2 weeks ago, I was called by the chair of the Committee of Legal and Justice Committee and told to hold on the bill. Why? The presidency has interest to make sure this is actualized. So even as I sit here, I'm not very sure whether I will still push on the bill or it will die another natural death. So if the presidency is committed to actualizing the 2/3 principle in this country, it should be done, but not lip service. It may be a strategy to make sure that women are supporting him for 2027, but not really committed. If he is committed, I challenge him to make sure. Then he calls on the mover of the bill, who is me, then we agree on the strategies and we actualize it. Thank you.
Well, there's a challenge to men. Make sure you count the teeth before you give people your second name. You know, women need to be given space in dowry negotiations, and the president himself has also been challenged. I think she deserves another clap for speaking so boldly. Well done, well done. FIDA, represented by Ms. Diana Watila. The question here, is it a legal problem? Is there a legal solution? Is it political? Or is it just our culture? What is your take of the entire thing?
Thank you very much for that. I think it's multifaceted. First of all, we are not including SIGs in public affairs where they are able to give their input at the beginning, and this has been raised before. Special interest groups don't need to be told what is good for them. Mm-hmm. They need to be part and to show how it works for them. A concern was raised when they wanted to do Braille electoral, the Braille ballots. In Nairobi, that is okay. But if you come from an area where people know you're the only person who uses Braille, first, you've violated their rights to privacy because everyone knows they're a voter. And the second thing is that you have made them subject to what? Maybe violence and intimidation. And that could only come from the special interest groups who know their needs. And then also, I won't look at it too much, but people are seeing that when to access government, you need to have a very solid ethnic affiliation. So I don't think that has anything to do with legal. Mm-hmm. So even if the legal framework is there, but you still need that solid, not just the ethnic affiliation, it has to be solid. That means that the society does not feel that the sense of belonging, the sense of being Kenyan or having security is emanated from the government, but will emanate from your contact, your connection, if someone gets in. So even if we have laws in place, I don't think that will really help. Back to, we've spoke about the underrepresentation of special interest groups in political parties, and the issue of intersectionality is coming up where special interest groups are lumped as just one group. So that does not mean adequate representation. When it comes to registration, we are seeing that they still, political participation will continue to lag because of lack of ideas, disinterest in the elections. Why should I vote? Also lack of trust. And you see also the ability to access the voter to register or to vote also is a challenge for special interest groups. It could be either physical or cultural. We also need to talk about the aspect of violence and the stereotypes and stigma that allows opposing candidates to violate the rights of special interest groups and not seeing them as complete people who are capable of representation. If it's a woman, go and vote. If you're marginalized or minority, you're two. Go home and cook. If you're minority or marginalized, how will they help us? And then also, you're looking at, are we including SIGs in the preparation of elections? Going back to my Braille example, and also the issue of what kind of civic education are you doing? Is it tailored? Does it speak to the lived experience of special interest groups? Because all the different groups have their own lived experience, and we cannot purport just to remove one guideline, one law, one strategy. They all have their different lived experience. But one of the key challenges is the lack of appreciation by the special interest groups, that is women, youth, and persons with disability, on their importance in elections and their ability to turn the tide around. And this is more societal because they have been pushed in the corner. And I really liked it when in the morning it was said, we do not want pity. We want recognition. We want to be able also to access the rights that are there. Those are their rights within the Constitution. So it is not special treatment. It is not a favor. And it needs to be seen as that. So we need to look at advocacy where they are not really victims, special interest groups, that includes me because I'm a woman, but not to take the position of victimhood, but we need to find a way of helping their voices be heard. And then also, as I wind up, we need to create an enabling environment for SIGs both to compete as candidates and to vote. The challenges that we are facing includes violence against women and persons with disability and the youth. There's a lot of online sexual gender-based violence. It is not an insult. It is sexual gender-based violence that is online. And you'd find that if you look at our analysis, majority of the violence was online, and the ones on the ground, it was a very, I think it should have been like 17%. When we create an enabling environment for SIGs through free and fair elections, I think that is how we'll be able to see the benefit, regardless of whether it's the law or the community. Thank you very much.
I have, please clap for her, please. I have two questions. The first question to each of you, I'll give you 2 minutes each because I have been told we've got 10 minutes. First question is, the president did a memo asking for a constitutional amendment to actualize the 2/3 gender rule. My question is, in the most summarized version, what is that amendment you would like to see? Some have proposed get rid of it altogether, because you cannot force people to vote gender-wise. Others have proposed that parties, we do party lists, so we make sure every 3rd name is a woman and every 7th name is a youth and every 10th name is a person living with disabilities. So what is the solution in your mind? And Homa Bay and Nakuru had very good numbers of women elected. What did they do right? So do we do the constitutional way or do we do the Homa Bay and Nakuru way? Yes, of course.
Yes. Before I start, I just want to tell you a story. I work in communications, so I didn't introduce myself. My name is Sylvia Michuli. I work in communications. And a few years ago, we were hired as consultants to help a certain agency figure out this 2/3 gender rule. And the events where we invited parliamentarians to come. And what really surprised me in that whole process was the lukewarm support we received from the women MPs. On top of that, when the final bill went to Parliament, on the day when the bill was being voted, majority of the women who were in Parliament at the time were absent. So the question I want us to also ask ourselves, are we really convinced that we need to go the 2/3 gender rule way? Or is it just something that gender activists are pushing up? We have to ask ourselves the question, because if women parliamentarians do not buy this, and they are the leaders that we are expecting, people like Betty who are expecting to take this thing to the floor of the House, then we are just talking. So that experience really shocked me. By the way, I was quite stunned by the fact that the least support we received was from the women MPs themselves. So that's a question for us to ponder, whether this 2/3 gender thing, whether we're even convinced. On the issue of the presidential memo, I think the proposal on the table is to actually double the women who are in parliament. So you have the senators, we have 47 senators, we also bring in another 47 senators. That immediately solves the problem. So for me, the question we want to ask is, are we as a country ready to bear the burden of an additional 47 senators in order to meet the two-thirds gender? I think for me the answer is yes. Because we are able to pay for things that don't even matter in this country.
Have you chosen senators because they are 47 and forgotten National Assembly, which is 300 and...
No, I think the idea was the 47 women reps. So you'll balance out using the women reps. That, I think, is what the memo, the gist of the memo. It has many things, but that's the gist on the two-thirds gender side. So for me, where I sit, I'm arguing, as a Kenyan, honestly, we pay for things that don't matter, and we are willing to pay. So should we pay for something so critical as to bring up the gender equality in this country? My answer would be yes. So I would totally support going the way that the presidential memo has proposed, because it would be the quickest. And for heaven's sake, if we have political will from the president on the table, we should take advantage. So I would urge Betty to just continue with her strive and try and see how she connects with the different structures within the presidency to make sure that this thing... Betty, don't give up. Don't let anybody tell you to put it on hold. You just continue, and we are backing you all the way. Thank you very much.
Karibu tuanze kuimba Betty usilale. Betty Adera this time. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, building on where my fellow panelist has left it, there's a reason why that provision was put in the Constitution. So we are talking about a constitutional matter. All the other constitutional provisions were actually enacted fast. I think even in the first administration of the government that came in Parliament in 2013, except this one of two-thirds gender rule that has lagged, and it is still lagging. So when we see the presidency really committed, to this particular matter, I think this is an issue that should behoove all of us, no matter your political side, to seize the moment and make it work. It is one thing to have men and women, in parliament debating stuff on our behalf, but it's quite another when we have, like the critical numbers, critical masses and voices in there speaking about pertinent issues. And I am really praying to God to give me life, to be alive at a time when this matter will flip, when we will have more women there, and the women will be sitting the men will be sitting where we are sitting and saying, hey, two-thirds gender rule. It is gender rule, it is not
boy
woman
child
rule.
hello. Hello,
So
boy child.
hello. Yeah, so Beth, we are with you, in that process, and also from the UDA party, we are pushing. Your other question was, we saw an improvement in the number of women elected in the various positions this time round. And allow me to say that there's a lot that would go into that happening. It just doesn't happen by itself. One, there's the issue around financial capability, and especially of the SIGs, the women, the youth, and the persons, with disability. You will find a very well-endowed person will come last minute. Sindio? Na mezi mwaga, pap! And you've been on the ground for the last 4 years. Unaona? And that person will take and that is the reality of our politics. So allow me to just share some examples and strategies that we used in our UDA party.
30 seconds.
Yes, in 31 seconds. So one, there was support to the candidates who became candidates. It's one thing to be an aspirant, but once you're a candidate, there was support. We are talking about financial and material support for mobilization all the way, including agents and so on. And there's a lot of capacity enhancement, within that process. To that level, remember we were able to garner like 4 women governors, and this is historic. It has never happened in Kenyan history. Thank you very much. We have 33 women elected UDA MPs. We have 45 elected UDA MCAs across the country. and of course nominated 8 senators, nominated 5 MCAs, and the women MCAs on the gender top-up is 210 total. And we have our party leader now also doubles as, you know, the governor of Embu County. My point is, while we still need to do better in the upcoming general elections, the question around financial enablement and support from the party cannot be underscored. This is something that is too critical, and even civil society organizations within this space. I want to speak to you and say today, you come to us too late and with too little support. At the last minute when ata ukinipatia t-shirt 10, it will not help me. The next election cycle has begun. The minute the presidential announcement was done in 2022, the next electoral cycle started. And we have, you know, the cycle going on until 2027. This is the time to come to the ground and identify and work with SIGs, really work with SIGs so that the numbers we're seeing in UDA and across all other parties for SIGs can actually improve. Thank you.
31 seconds, well done.
Oh, I still have 31 seconds.
No, I'm saying that's the 31st second. It's you.
Thank you. Allow me to take a different approach. For me, a sure way to convince Kenyans to elect more women in the next election is for those women who are already in position, those women who are already elected or appointed, to perform. Performance is the point. We really don't want women to be sort of, why do you want more women? And even those who are there are flower girls. My urge and my request to all the women who are in parliament, any other senior position, please perform. Do your best. Set an example so that the electorate will say, yes, she did it. We can trust the next woman. Number 2, if the government and all of us are very serious about women being in leadership, we need a sincere, genuine public audit. Yeah? At the national level, how many women are in senior positions? At the county level, how many women have been put in the position of CECs, appointed CEOs, appointed senior positions? As a senator, I've also moved a statement and put a statement to the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities and Regional Integration. My statement is being discussed by that committee to table a report to the floor of the House. How many counties have complied with it? Not more than 2, that's gender principle. We have summoned the COG. We have summoned the National Gender Equality Commission to come and table a report to the Senate on the counties that have complied. And for those that have not complied, because I saw, is it Kisumu County with only one woman at the position of CEC? Seriously? Another county like Lamu with no woman, no CEC, no CEO, no director. Women maybe are sweepers and tea girls. Seriously?
It's not right.
We need serious audit to know which county and which departments or ministries have complied with the gender principle.
20 seconds.
Lastly, I want to speak about the presidential memo. I talked of it earlier. I still insist, political goodwill. If the president is committed to ensure, because I remember during his promises, wakati wa campaign, it will be 50-50. CSs, 50-50. PSs, 50-50. Did it happen? Did it happen? No. I'm still not very sure whether the 2 that's gender bill the one I am moving, I still insist I need to be called on the table because I have strategies and the ways of how this bill, the suggestions I've given in my bill of how to achieve the 2/3 gender rule. On my part, because I must be part of the solution, I have mobilized all women senators so that we write to the president about my bill. And even if it is to sit with him, we are pushing for that so that he gives his commitment to the woman of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. Please clap for her. You have the last say.
Okay, thank you very much. And I agree with what all my sisters have said. And I just want to remind you that Kamala Harris is the first vice president who's been asked what she's doing in office. That has never been a concern before. So as women, let's know that is what we work with. And now that we know what we work with, we need to remember, even as we vote for men, even as we vote for women, they are representing men and women. And let's shift this burden of the 2/3 gender rule to all elected representatives who have the obligation to vote. Let us not leave our female sisters who are in leadership because they are also facing other challenges that they may not speak about on stage. So let us continue supporting them. But in the end, when we look at Millie Odhiambo, she started as a nominated MP, and look at where she is. So I think that's a good case for ensuring that 2/3 gender rule should remain. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Let's give them a hearty clap, please.
Thank you. Kindly allow me, let me share because of disability issues. In the Senate, I'm with Senator Christo Asike, who is nominated by ODM to represent people with disability. And she has just sent me a bill that I need to share with you here because she has 2 bills on the disability. And maybe she'll be calling on people with the Disability League to give inputs. As I also come around for public participation of my bill on women. I'm trying to trace it because she has sent just now as I sit here. Okay. Oosh.
Can we ask that you share? We will circulate it because of time.
Yes, I do agree. Crystal has a bill on persons with disabilities, and also she's working on another bill on learners with disabilities bill. Okay. So I will share with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please give them a clap again. You may have your seats, ladies. Thank you so much. I think those are very brave ladies that are blazing the trail. Some of them we can fully expect to see results on. This is the last time I'm seeing you. My name is Mark Bichachi. Most of the time, I will hand over to Maribia to take over the rest of the program. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Bichachi, and thank you very much, the panelists who have been here. We have reached the apex of our launch today. I would like to invite Phoebe. Phoebe, would you please come forward? Sorry, you don't have time to sit down. And the guys assisting us with the launch, please kindly. Yes, please. You can do it.
Good afternoon. I know today has been a very cold day, but we have had very interesting and fruitful discussion. Partner political parties. Sylvia, ANC was interviewed as well, so I think it's just in the list that it's missing out, and I'm actually surprised that it is missing out because one of the people we interviewed was the election board. So yes, we have ANC as part of the report in there. So I'm sorry about that, but we will correct it. On behalf of our partner political parties that we work with, we thank you very much for coming. We thank you for honoring our invitation. And now, sasa tumeanza kuwalk. Now the walking has started, so we need to buy some rubber shoes and some sport shoes because the work has started. As we were seated back there with my colleague Edin, we were just, writing things that we think now the next steps for the next phase. So we are definitely will be reaching out to you guys. We'll be calling you, so don't get tired. And let's continue working for this country. Because any country yetu, and we can't tell it to stop, to shuke. Sometimes I feel like I should tell Kenya, stop, I want to alight. And so that it can continue moving, but that is not possible. So we are where we are, and in the space that we have, and so we have to make the best out of it. I want to thank all of you who have tweeted, all of you who have kept the conversation on social media going on. We were trending. Some people who had big events hijacked our trend, and they wanted to also benefit from this process. And so I thank every one of you who was active on social media. The conversation will continue. We'll be putting out some of the clips and punchlines that we have received. We were trying to cut them out from all of us. So when you see yourself in NIMD, Oslo Center, DIPD, Mzalendo, CMD pages, don't be shocked. But we will reach out to the people who we will put out their clips so that they can give us authorization for that. So we want to launch this. I have asked the registrar not to leave, so I'll ask her to stand up. I'll ask the state law office to stand up. I will ask NIMD representatives to stand, both Ronnie and Femke. Ronnie, we need balance here. We are gender balance. You're the minority here. Caroline to join us. And I know we also have CMD represented. Please join us. Is there anyone who I have left out? Then we will have a photo with all the politicians. And oh, someone with disability. Wanja, okay. Wacha Wanja akuje. Okay. Okay. Oh yes, and Collins. Would like to request, I think, Steve, please join here to represent Oslo Center. Let's represent. Government is here. Yes, maybe Parliament. We can invite you because you're the only member of Parliament. Yes, and please note, Anna represent Parliament. So now we have a balanced photo, Sindio? Aya. So I will ask that the launch is behind you, so you need to break it and maybe make a bit of.
Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
So the report is online. You can visit any of the 3 websites for the 5 organizations. You will find it online, both the popular version and the larger reports. I want to request that we say the grace together so that we can then leave and we can take photos out there. So can we all please stand up so that we can say the grace? Alafu mkuje mpigwe picha. Oh, and then we have a cake there, and we have the media wall there. We will have our teams for photography taking photos there. So please feel free to take photos. We will see how we can ensure that we distribute them to the various people who are here. So please, let's have the photos as well. So the grace, let us say the grace, please.
Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Kuishi kwa upendo kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini.
Senator, we have a cake out there that we would like you to cut. So kindly, let's go out there. Prof, twendeni pale nje. We have a cake out there that we want to cut. Caro, we have a cake out there. Sidpak partners.
Yes, ma'am.
Twende tukakate keki. Nimefurahia je kitu vile.
Uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Natumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
We organize a meeting. I'm doing research and collaborations for
Daima mimi Kenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Please come. All the back. Yay! Okay, I'll give you a small one. Okay? Yes. Wait, tukae tayari ku- Yay! Support women.
chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini.